There we go. Good morning. Sorry for the late start. Tam will be joining us shortly, but I need just one moment, please. Good. I know. You think it's because we're getting older? I know. And look at all of those. Oh, we have big ones too. Look at that. What do you know? Well, good morning. I am Felicia Marcus, chair of the board, and today is Tuesday, March 15th. Oh my goodness. At 9:10, and the meeting's called to order. With me to my left, Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber. To her left, Board Member Dee Diadamo. To my right, Tam Dodek will apparate momentarily, and to her right, Steve Moore, Board Member Steve Moore. Mr. Howard, will you introduce the staff that's assisting today?
Yes, we're all behind large signs because apparently there were some complaints that in the closed circuit they couldn't read the names because the placards were too small. So now everyone who is looking can read your names. To my right, Chief Deputies Eric, would you point to your son? Eric Oppenheimer and John Bishop. To my left, Michael Loffer. Assisting the board is Janine Townsend. Thank you.
Much. That is a good reason. So I'll refrain from making fun of it anymore. And next, for those of you who don't know this building's rules, emergency evacuation procedures, look for the exit sign nearest you. And if you hear an emergency sound, pick up your stuff, take your friends, proceed cautiously out that door. We then meet over by 10th and J. If you want to wait with us, then you'll know when the all clear comes to come back in. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. I also want to let you know the meeting, I see you changed the notes as to where to get coffee. I just have dropped the coffee comment, but there's plenty of coffee all around this area. Let me just be clear. Actually, maybe next time there's an emergency, we'll have people leave and scatter to the different coffee places, come back, and then we'll have a little taste test. The meeting is being webcast and recorded. That means a couple of things. One is when you get up to that microphone, it's important to speak close enough to it that it gets picked up so that the people on the webcast can hear it, but not so close as to make it pop, which is very annoying, particularly for our friends who are trying to record it on the radio. And the last thing is please set all of your cell phones or other noise-making items to silent, stun, whatever works for you. With that, before we go to the public forum, I want to allow David Murillo to say a few words because he's with us today. We're very pleased to have you here with us, and I know you have to run off, so thanks for taking the time to join us. Where's the...
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair Marcus and members of the board. I am David Murillo, Regional Director for the Mid-Pacific Region for the Bureau of Reclamation. What you will hear today from the projects is certainly vast improvements in hydrology and reservoir storage levels over what you have been hearing since this drought dug in 4 years ago. In fact, our next updated 50% exceedance forecast may show Shasta filling. While things are greatly improved, we do have significant challenges in front of us, and Reclamation very much appreciates the diligence of the State Board over the last several years. Reclamation has had difficulty meeting some of the terms of the current DUCP. We will continue to work with the board staff on meeting the spirit and the intent of the reporting requirements, and we understand the reasons for those requirements are there. While improvements have been made over the last few weeks, we will continue to focus on that aspect. Specifically, our Stanislaus River operations will be difficult as they pertain to the CVP meeting Vernalis standards in March through May. Also, our Sacramento River temperature plan formulation will be an area of serious focus. While things are looking up for Shasta, current new Malone storage and Stanislaus River hydrology will continually challenge us greatly. Those challenges will be a focus today and Friday when we meet with you, the focus of our respective staffs this week, and our stakeholders over the next coming weeks. Reclamation's view is the best solution to these issues will come from steady engagement with all our stakeholders to gain input, fine-tune, ultimately execute a plan. With that being said, we know we also have Reclamation also has a responsibility to make sure that we bring the different groups together. We've been working on the South of Delta side. We've been working with the exchange contractors, Friant and Westlands. And also on the North of Delta side, as difficult as it may be, we're gonna put a meeting together so that we can get the Sac River settlement contractors and NRDC in a room with NIMS, and to see if we can come up with a temperature plan that everybody can accept. I know that people look at the hydrology we have right now, and I think there's a perception there with all the rain and everything coming and all the snow that everybody's going to get water. It's not that simple. One is we need a hydrology in place. We also do need to make sure that we meet the board's requirements. We protect the species, but it is going to take a lot of work from the stakeholders if we want to make sure that we can provide water on the South of Delta. So if we can provide water to Friant, and we can get some type of allocation to the west side. It's not only going to take the hydrology, but like I said, it's going to take work by all. I think Reclamation has a responsibility to make sure that we can at least bring those people together and have those discussions before we just present, options to the board to consider. So that's the commitment you have from us that we're going to try to do here in the next several weeks.
No, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for coming here to say that today. Yeah, I don't envy your job. It is extremely challenging, so look forward to working with you.
I appreciate it.
Because everybody thinks it's all very simple and look for the simple answer, and it's about as complicated as it could possibly be.
It does get complicated, but I think if we can bring people together, I think we can come up with good solutions. And we've made it through the last 3 years, and hopefully we can do it again this year. All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Oh, very nice. All right, with that, we're on to public forum. Mr. O'Laughlin, this is the part of the agenda where anyone can talk to us on an item that is not on the agenda today.
Good morning, board chair, board members. I'm back again on the Pacific Coast Fishery Management Council issue, briefly. So the first thing is, we sent you after the last board meeting a summary sheet with some questions that would hopefully help you get it's pretty dense material, not saying that you wouldn't get the material, but we tried to break it down into easy questions with some answers to the questions, which would hopefully allow you access to the information. Today I had a handout for you. If you would take a look at it briefly, I underlined the sections. I think the board does have a part to play here, and you were talking about this last time at the board meeting. I think it would be helpful if the board sent a note over to the Pacific Coast Fishery Management Council and NIMS. And I think the ask is on the last page of this handout that I gave you today. And the first thing I'd like to point out is that even the technical team, on the second page, bottom line, the salmon technical team expressed concerns that the, quote, the abundance forecast presented in this report may prove to be optimistic. That's at the bottom of the second page of the handout. And I think given their own technical team's reservations about the forecast, I think what the state board can weigh in on with the report that we gave you and the memo that we gave you well, there's a potential solution here, and it's expressed on the last page, the first paragraph. A potential solution to this forecasting challenge is to look back at what Pacific Coast Fishery Management Council did in 2012 and limit the forecast model to more recent years. Rather than going all the way back to 1985, is limit the time period from 2005 to the present, because that more accurately represents what's occurring not only in the San Joaquin River Basin, but in the ocean. And we think, as expressed in the last sentence, we would hope that with a more conservative forecast in 2016 with the ongoing drought, adverse ocean conditions, and recent declining salmon abundance, that our friends at Pacific Coast Fishery Management Council and NIMS would look seriously at a more conservative approach to forecasting this year. Because, I mean, quite honestly, as we sit here, I think any logical person would agree it doesn't make much sense that in the fourth year of a drought, when you're looking at the fisheries, that you would expect the ocean abundance to increase by almost 20% over what it was last year. So, and nobody's forecasting great ocean conditions. So what makes us think that we're going to get 50,000 more ocean abundance fish this year than we did last year? I mean, even if they knock that number back down to the 2015 number of around 255, that would be an improvement and would provide greater protection to Sacramento fall run Chinook salmon fisheries. That's my comment. Any questions?
I have some questions.
Sure.
And, maybe for staff as well. Thank you for bringing this to our attention and for the memo and coming back again today. What is the time frame for the decision?
I forget, but I think it's next week. I think it's the 23rd or 24th. I can find out for sure and send you a mail.
I think we've spent a lot of time on temperature, and a lot of folks have, really been diligent on that side of the equation. And so I think it's important for us to look into this. And I understand that this is one perspective and there may be others, but at least to ask the questions and to provide comment regarding our role and what we've been doing for the past several years on temperature and, doing what we can to fine tune it and to get it right every year, working to get it right. And just for them to have some information about the efforts that we've made and that we'd like to partner with them. So
well, I think that's really important because it's a perspective, and I realize everybody has a different perspective, and it depends on where you're sitting, how you look at water, and how where you're situated in that world. But it doesn't seem to make much sense from a big global policy perspective that this board has gone through extraordinary efforts in the last 3 years with the resource agencies and a myriad of water users throughout the state, and looking at protecting winter run below Shasta. And just quite honestly, I mean, if you look at this proposal, they're going, so let's say hypothetically, 3 years ago, 100 winter run made it out to the ocean below Shasta, okay? And they made it out there and they're thriving in the ocean right now. This harvest rate would tell you 60 out of those 100 will be taken. And what's scary about that is any biologist will tell you one egg isn't biologically significant, but one adult in the ocean is significant because they've already run the gauntlet and are coming back. So I think the importance is that if we're going to expend these extraordinary efforts trying to protect the species and the resource, that our friends on the resource side of the aisle should be cognizant of that, and maybe not saying, I understand Magnuson-Stevenson, we sued on Magnuson-Stevenson, I understand all of that, but just take a look at what you're trying to do. And especially in light of the fact, if you looked in the paper that we gave you, they haven't updated their biological assessment or consultation on this issue since 2012. Well, the world's changed dramatically since 2012. And they have to be cognizant of that as we move forward. I'm sorry I overspent my time.
No, that's all right. I do think we
Apologize.
need to talk to them. I'm leery of just lobbying a comment to another agency that is struggling with the same kinds of things that all of our agencies are, but I'm hoping we're talking to them and having conversations so that it's not too simple.
I agree. I
That
understand that.
That part I totally agree with, but lobbing a comment is, I
I
wouldn't
get that.
appreciate if someone did it to us without talking to us. So we need to have our
Absolutely.
folks talking to each other.
Oh, that's the whole point of this discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. On following up on Board Member Diadamo's comment, does staff have any comments in terms of our interaction with the Management Council on this topic?
So we've opened up an initial discussion with staff from NIMS who's involved with the Management Council. And my understanding, the way it works is the council makes a recommendation to NIMS. And then what I've been told is prior to May 1st, NIMS makes a decision based on that recommendation. And that often the recommendations generally hold. So I've expressed informally some of the same concerns that Mr. O'Loughlin has. And, if you look at their projections, they have come down dramatically over the last several years. But Mr. O'Loughlin's absolutely correct. They're currently projecting about 50,000 more fish than they actually estimated were out there last year. I actually have a call in to staff right now to, basically follow along and make sure we're up to speed in terms of what their process is and what they're doing. And again, informally expressing concerns. But for, some of the reasons that Chair Marcus brought up, we have not formally, commented on the process.
Great. Our next item is the March 1st board meeting minutes. Do you have a motion?
Move adoption.
Second.
Corrections? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that carries. I have two uncontested items, items 2 and 3. What I miss? I do miss things. So. Yeah, item 2 and 3. Do we have any cards?
Actually, nope, actually, I'm fine with items 2 and 3. I did have questions, but staff addressed them.
Do I have a motion on items 2 and 3?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, carries. Mr. Howard, will you introduce item 4, California's ongoing drought emergency?
Rich Sikowski and Diane Riddle are going to start off, and then, and see Aaron Ragazzi is also joining them. So if anyone else comes, Diane will introduce them.
I think we'll let Erin go ahead and provide her update first, and then we'll ask that the representatives from the Department of Water Resources, Bureau of Reclamation, and Metropolitan Water District come up to join us.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Erin Ragazzi with the Division of Water Rights. I just had one quick update on the emergency regulation for Milder and Antelope Creek. There's my voice. Okay. We received a memorandum from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife yesterday, and they requested that we suspend the readoption of Milder and Antelope Creek due to the nice hydrologic conditions we're experiencing now and the snowpack they're anticipating. It won't be necessary. They will continue to have monthly updates with staff to make sure things still look good, and they really do appreciate the regulatory backstop that the emergency regulations have provided during the drought. So we will continue to monitor conditions, but they don't anticipate needing that specific emergency regulation this year.
Cascade of similar situations. Thank you.
Yeah, if we could have the department, the bureau, and the representative from Metropolitan Water District, please come up. And as they were doing so, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, board members, my name is Rich Sitkowski. I'm an engineer within the Bay Delta section. You've heard from Diane Riddle, who's the program manager for the hearings, and Bay Delta section. So just a few things. In the last couple of weeks, since the last time we were up here, the hydrologic situation has improved dramatically. And so we'll definitely have the projects will provide more detail. We may still have some issues with the San Joaquin River flows, and reclamation will provide more information on that. As far as the drought contingency plan goes, at least by next week, we believe that we'll have an updated March version of that drought contingency plan. And temperature, of course, is always an issue. This Friday will be the public temperature workshop, and we'll definitely have a lot more detail this Friday regarding temperature. And so as far as, I'll turn it over to the group. I think it'd be best if, Madam Chair, just to start with Devin Upadhyaya from the Metropolitan Water District, and then after that we can ask the other representatives to speak.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Thank you very much for having Metropolitan here today to talk to you a little bit about what's happening in Southern California. My name is Devin Upadhyaya, and I'm the manager of water resources at Metropolitan. And I'd like to start by just showing a few slides that give a little bit of background, and then we can talk about the drought that we're in, some of the actions that we've taken, and would be happy to answer questions if you have them. So in terms of background, Metropolitan Water District is a wholesale water provider for Southern California. Our service area goes from Ventura County in the north down through Orange County, Los Angeles, parts of Riverside and San Bernardino, and then San Diego County down to the border with Mexico. If you look at our service area, there are about 19 million people that live in that service area, and the overall demand for water in a given year is around 4 million acre feet. It really fluctuates between 3.5 and 4 million acre feet per year. And Metropolitan is providing about half of that water that is provided each year or used each year, and about the other half is generated within the service area. A comment there that I would share is that does include the LA Aqueduct supply. Some people consider that coming from a different area also. So, but it gives you some perspective on the size and scope. Now, the supplies that we have available to us come from two major imported supplies that we manage. One on the left side of the graphic is the State Water Project supply, and you'll hear more about that later today or in this presentation. We also have access to Colorado River supplies on the right side of that graphic through our Colorado River Aqueduct. We are one of the entities in the state of California that has rights to Colorado supplies. And when you look at these over the last few years, if we start with Northern California and the runoff that we see here, it's possible, I think the message here is it's possible in a drought cycle to have years that are above average. But one of the things that I get concerned with is that the message that we've been hearing the last few years is that we were in a 3-year drought going into 4. Now we're in a 4-year drought, and maybe this year makes it a 5, or maybe we come out of it. The way I look at this, we've been managing really in a 9 going on a 10-year drought. And the reason that's important is I think you're going to see later slides that deal with storage and our investments in storage. And the notion is that even when you're in a prolonged drought, you're going to have years that allow you to store water, and it's vital that our system be able to do that. If we look at the Colorado side of things, it's an even longer span of time. We're looking here at a 15 going on 16-year historic drought on the Colorado side. And the dark blue shows again that you're able to have years on the upper Colorado watershed that can be above average, but you're still in a long-term drought trend. On the previous graphic, the Northern California runoff, I'm optimistic that maybe we'll get to average on the runoff there. On the Colorado side, it's looking more and more like this year will be average or below. It's such a large system, and where we are right now in terms of the forecast, it represents a bit of a challenge for us. And given that long-term drought that you're seeing Lake Mead, Lake Powell drop to a point where over the next couple years, we may be talking about that system being in a shortage condition, which would have some impacts on Metropolitan. To give you a sense of the way we manage or what we have to do in terms of managing, this shows you a period of time, and it shows the State Water Project supplies in blue. And the line at the top is Metropolitan getting a 100% State Water Project allocation. And the red line is, it represents about 1.2 million acre feet, or very close to full Colorado River aqueduct coming into Metropolitan service area. And what you can see is when we get the higher State Water Project allocations, we're able to manage with lower deliveries on the Colorado River. And when you see the lower State Water Project allocations, we're able to take actions with our programs and our partners on the Colorado side to try to flex those Colorado deliveries higher to be able to meet needs within our region. And so the story goes through this timeline, similar swings on the State Water Project, and you're able to manage with lower Colorado deliveries, and certainly in the last few years, historically low deliveries on the State Water Project, and we've been able to flex a little bit more on the Colorado side. One of the ways that we have managed this scenario is with storage. And what this graphic shows you is that we went on a campaign to increase and invest in storage capacity since the late 80s. So this graphic is capacity. Later on, you're going to see actual water that's in storage. But my point here is that it really was a stated investment effort on the part of our service area to try to increase storage capacity.
That has the list of what each of those are. And
Right.
Obviously Diamond Valley, but also, and maybe you'll get to that, I went through these quickly this morning, and groundwater storage.
Right, a significant groundwater storage distributed in different areas. Diamond Valley Lake, the largest surface water reservoir in Southern Cal, but also Lake Mead banking on the Colorado side. So that's all part of that storage portfolio. Coupled with that is an investment philosophy with water resources that comes out of what we call our integrated resource plan. It was updated here in 2015, but it really hails back to the early 90s. And that was a diversification approach. You need to stabilize imported supplies, both on the Colorado and the State Water Project. But we also need to have a philosophy that meeting the growth and demand over time, it's going to be focusing on new local supplies within our service area and increases in conservation. So this, coupled with that storage investment, we think works. And when you look at the end result of some of those investments in local supplies and conservation, about $800 million invested since the early 90s in conservation efforts, about $500 million invested in incentives to generate new groundwater cleanup that generates new supply in our service area, and wastewater recycling. And with those investments, you can see on this graphic, population has increased by about 5 million people. And yet the demand, that number I mentioned, has still fluctuated between 3.5 and 4 million acre feet a year, so relatively flat demands. We think that's investments working. Now,
sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
Mr. Potier. You gave us a good sense of the timeline of Metropolitan's investment in storage. They're really kicking in, after the last big drought, pretty much, 92. When would you say, or I didn't see the same articulation for recycling and conservation. Could you give us a sense of sort of the curve of investment
Sure.
that you've had in
Sure,
those
and
aspects?
I have graphics that I can share with you, afterwards that we can send you. But that investment really started in earnest in the early 80s, early mid 80s. Metropolitan had a program that we designed in the mid 80s to provide incentives to try to encourage that development, and it was at that time that you started to see increases. It increased from around 50,000 acre feet a year to our last report to the legislature for 14-15 shows recycled water supplies of more than 420,000 acre feet. So that gives you a sense of that, that growth over those years. Now, a lot of what I talked about were kind of long-term investments. When you look at actions within this drought, significant support of the governor's call for reduced water use. We engaged, we invested in what became the nation's largest conservation campaign. But we coupled that not just with the incentives that we were paying, but also the largest media outreach campaign that Metropolitan had done in our service area in our history.
I really like the sprinkler handle, Randy's Donuts. That's
Take your turn.
the slide that I use. Yeah.
Thank you. And in addition to those things, we used a tool that we have as Met Policy with our member agencies, which is our water supply allocation plan. And we ratcheted up through what we call kind of baseline efficiency to declaring a water supply alert for our region, to implementing an allocation at level 3, which is a 15% reduction in Met deliveries to our agencies, enforced by penalty rates that could take the price that our agencies have to pay for water up to $3,000 an acre foot, roughly. So significant, very, very steep increases if agencies went over their limits. We're working through that, so our allocation year finishes at the end of June, and we are tracking actually well below, as a region, that level 3 allocation. As you would imagine, I know that you all are tracking conservation quite closely. We also had to make some significant operational changes in our system, and I mentioned how we fluctuate between taking state water project deliveries and Colorado deliveries. On this point, we actually have water flowing in pipelines that typically flow in a different direction because we've had to push that Colorado supply farther into our system. So that's what I mean with respect to those operational changes. The monthly tracking is happening with our member agencies, similar to what you see at a state regional level. We do that with our board. And finally, we're working very hard to manage our storage reserves, both surface and, as you pointed out, groundwater storage reserves. On that point, this is the graphic of Metropolitan's overall regional storage reserves, and it does give you a sense of the overall number. Chair Marcus, you did mention this is really through many different places. It's both in surface storage in Diamond Valley Lake, distributed groundwater storage, but that green up top is the amount of water that's available to buffer our region from dry year impacts. Along the bottom, the orange is what we call emergency storage. It's really there as a protection if a catastrophic event were to cut us off from our imported supplies. So as a matter of policy, we don't dip into that orange just for dry year conditions. And what you can see on the right is conditions are improving for 2016. A combination of the demand reductions and the fact that the region is conserving, and as we're looking at where we think supplies will come in on the Colorado and the State Water Project this year, we're probably going to be a net storer of water this year, which would be a bit of a rebound in our reserves. The blue is more cartoonish than anything. I don't want to give you an exact number because we don't know where our supplies ultimately will end up, and frankly, we'll be depending a lot on what John has to say for the State Water Project. But that gives you a sense that this year our projections are a little bit different than we've seen in the last few years in this drought cycle.
Can you go back to that slide?
Sure.
Where do you like to see it?
Off the chart.
Yeah.
Yeah, but just to, put
it's a great question. Yeah, the 2.7 million acre feet in dry year storage back in 2012 was the high point in our storage in our history. And when we get closer to about 1 million acre feet in dry year storage, that's when our board starts talking about, do we need to be allocating and putting in those penalty rates? So hopefully that gives you a sense. We'd frankly like to be higher. And when we were in 2014 going into 2015, when you're getting close to that million, that's when we're talking about implementing that water supply allocation plan.
Ask the question. Obviously, the fact that we've had so much precipitation, let's just all forget, I'd like to forget February, like forever. But just looking at December and January and then the first part of this month where we not on the San Joaquin side necessarily, but up on the northern Sierras where we've seen the snow and rain. So that is encouraging, to a point. And obviously the conversation is about figuring out how encouraged to let ourselves be. But El Nino didn't do what the predictions were. And again, they were just predictions. And that's good because we got stuff up north that was cold that we were fearing we wouldn't get. But the Colorado hasn't gotten the torrent of rain that we were expecting. So how does that affect this?
That's a good question. I think it's almost like El Nino to some extent has been flipped in that, going into this period, there was a lot of reporting about how Southern California would be wet, but there was unclear, forecasts about what it would do for Northern California. We haven't seen the precip in Southern California. I think the good news story there is the demands have remained relatively low, even though the precipitation hasn't really come. It has an impact with respect to our groundwater basins. We've seen drawdown in local groundwater in Southern California, and we really are looking at metropolitan deliveries. When you look at MET's deliveries to our member agencies, we're seeing more water going into the groundwater basins now, which is a positive thing because the water's available to help replenish. It's going to take quite a while to rebound from that. Now, on the Colorado side, we aren't seeing the same yield, if you will, in terms of what the mountains hold, and the projections for runoff there aren't as rosy. So the potential is that sometime in the next few years, we don't know exactly when, there could be a shortage declaration on Colorado. That ultimately doesn't, in the first level of shortage declaration, reduce Metropolitan's base supplies on the Colorado, but it could potentially impact the type of deals and the cooperative arrangements we can have with the other states. There are some limits there. So we're in discussions with the other lower basin states right now on how to help manage through that. But it's a more constraining environment. It's not something that helps the situation. Now, the point on the storage, this really is a management philosophy that we have. We want to be able to take supply when it's wetter, put it into storage to be able to manage through the drier periods. One of the concerns that we have, and it presents both an operational but also a messaging challenge, is this has been a wetter year than last year. When we look at the exports that we're seeing, the combined exports so far this year, it doesn't really show that. Now, hopefully that will change going forward for the remainder of the year. But when we're out there on the front lines dealing with a populace that has questions about, conditions are changing, aren't they? With respect to exports, at least so far, we haven't seen that. And it is vital for us because back in 2011, we were able to capture more water in a wetter condition and get it into storage to help kind of reset the table. Looking ahead, this is my final slide. We really are looking at conditions that are a bit better for 2016. It's a combination of the supply situation, but also the demands are low, and that creates a good balance for us. The State Water Project supplies look like they are improving. We are feeling the impact of the pumping restrictions right now. With that said, our projection is that Met storage reserves are likely to increase this year. Exactly how much, we'll see later this year when we get a firmer number for what the supply statistics look like. And frankly, we believe quite firmly that stability in our imported resources is vital, and that we are committed to continuing our focus on both increasing our local supply options and water use efficiency. It's not an either-or proposition for us. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I want to thank you for coming, and thank you, Les and others for, and Diane and Rich for inviting you to come, because I felt all year that we were only getting a part of the story as we were listening to, about snowpack in the north and rain, and people so excited by the rain. And then I would go back to Southern California and people would be very glum because they weren't getting rain. Of course, you just got some, so that's good too. But I really appreciate it. And I think it would be good if we had an update, maybe once a quarter or every 3 or 4 months as to what is going on in Southern California, because sometimes we lose track.
Thank you.
I know we have a hefty agenda on this topic today, but one of the things, your efforts on the conservation campaigns, I'm assuming you're going to be continuing with that until you've got your numbers are substantially above, and that is a messaging challenge in the rain. I mean, one of the things, as you know, we extended our urban conservation regulations in February and decided to revisit them in April. So when we know where we are, otherwise it's really just a guessing game. And there were folks who were asking us to lift it in January because it had rained for a couple of months, and we cautioned that you just never know. And then the skies dried up for a whole month. I felt sort of bad about that, like I'd said something that had, but it's one of those things where it's hard to know. Now with the first couple of weeks of March, I think we're feeling a little better, but we still need to wait until we see what March brings and April brings, and then we'll figure out how to fine-tune our regulations, transition to another model, or lift them entirely. But we could speculate on a zillion scenarios on that and not know exactly where we're going to be. But I'd be interested in where your thinking is.
I think the decision that you've made to revisit things later in the spring is really important. It's actually very similar to what Metropolitan does. We revisit that in the April-May timeframe just because the hydrologic cycle, you know a lot more about that at that time. It's a delicate balance, and I think that where we end up in April or May, we don't know yet. But it is I think it's the right thing to do to take a look at it again at that time.
Thank you for coming. You've sent important messages for the whole of the state of California to remember, I think, in terms of it is 19 million folks, a good, pretty much half of the population of the state, and that there is a continual emphasis on the importance of demand management. You've made that very clear, and storage, to get water during times of drought. So thanks for bringing all the, the transparency to the discussion and the commitment to wise water management. And, I think this is just a relationship that we continue to build and work together. So thanks for being here.
Okay, well, I think we can turn it over either to the department or the bureau to talk about the issues.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Okay, so Devin kind of took my thunder. I was going to say, hey, average.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
So let's get right into it. We're in a drought, still in a drought, and if you like looking at the drought monitor, things still look pretty bad. I don't like looking at the drought monitor, but we can talk about that another day. This graphic's already out of date. The latest forecast would suggest another shot at rain through much of Northern California and Central California, possibly Southern California, as early as late Sunday night into Monday. Latest run from the global forecast system model from the Weather Service as of 6 o'clock. No, wait. 0600 model run is what? So midnight or so. The 3-month outlook. This is they update this every month or so, and so this is last month. They haven't updated it yet. So far, not so bad. But if you recall, it looked the same way in February. So take it with a grain of salt. Similarly,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Because I do appreciate your yay average. It's sort of I'm going to want folks to help us put average in context, through the course of this conversation. When you see predictions, I remember as folks were looking at things and getting excited about predictions that are, more than a few days out. So you look at it, it says wetter, but the little thing said greater than 40% chance. And a 40% chance doesn't make my heart sing generally, but why does that end up being wetter when it's greater than 40% as opposed to greater than 50%?
well, where you see there's no prediction at all, that's just equal chances, meaning nothing climatically or anything that they understand gives them a reason to hedge a bet one way or another. So the climate pattern, mostly through El Nino, has the climatologist hedging the bets that there's a better likelihood it'll be wet. Doesn't mean it will, they're a little more confident that it might be. Is that,
Know how much you would bet on that, on the horses on that, like what the level of.
if you recall, when I was here in December, I cynically lauded the El Nino forecast based on a sample size of 2. And now we're going to have a sample size of 3, and I think you could all agree that it might not be as robust a forecast to base on based on history. They have been better on the temperature side. Things have been warmer. This last decade or so have been on average warmer, so I don't expect that to be any different either. It does impact our snowpack a bit and the accumulations therein. So this is, I updated these this morning. So this was as of 7 o'clock this morning, last forecast. And you see this is looking out 6 days. So most of this precip you see is Sunday into Monday. And I imagine as the days go on, if that forecast holds, this will start to show more and more cumulative precipitation across much of the state, especially from the Tehachapi's northward. Ron had asked me to show some, so it rained a lot this last few weeks. And so here's, as of last night or yesterday afternoon, here's the river forecast for a few locations. And this is Sacramento River, Bend Bridge, the top of the Sacramento Basin that the rivers, that the department and the California Nevada River Forecast Center forecast. And you can see that we got up pretty good at Bend Bridge, and it's on its decline. So you've seen lots of water. The rivers are really high. That wasn't from reservoir releases except for Folsom. And so this is where we see things going. So back down to where it was a few weeks ago. Similarly, this is something we haven't seen in a while. Fremont Weir is flowing, and will flow if all goes through the weekend, and then probably abate. And then finally, I threw this one in here. The Merced River at Pahono. So if you want to go up to Yosemite, I can take you and show you where this gauge actually is. It's not hard to find. But I wanted to show, as we enter the end of March, you can see the graph starts to go up and down. It starts to go more up than down. That's snow melt. And the days get warm, it melts, and the nights it melts less. And so you start seeing this overall going up. And this is forecasting that we'll start seeing snow melt start to accumulate. This isn't surprising. Typically, we say April 1 is the peak of the snowpack accumulation, which isn't to say we don't get snow after April 1, but generally we get less snow than we do melt. So April 1 tends to be that's like the 50-year average, okay? But in the last decade or so, basically since the year 2000, this average, April 1 is, the peak I should say, has actually been more mid-March, which has been indicative of the warmer months. You only can go so far into the year earlier, I should say, before the sun angle itself just isn't creating enough energy to melt snow. But as the days get balanced, as of next week with spring, we'll start to see longer days, and if they're warmer, more and more snow melt. So, 8-station precipitation index, better than average, yay. That looks pretty good. That's up north. And that's how it's looked by month over the course of the year. As you noted, January and December were really good. February was not. And so far, March is looking really good. On the San Joaquin, still above average, not nearly as notable as a difference, but still better than average, which is always promising. And the farther south we get, the less notable these improvements are. These big storms of March didn't make their way south nearly as extensively as the ones in December did. And so still struggling for average in March down south. Precip has generally been above average. Snowpack has not. These storms improve things. Statewide average to date is 92%. But if you notice up north, it's 103, and in the south, it's 80. This is better than last year by far, but anything more than 0 was better than last year. So this is where it's at. So better precip from a measurable perspective, but in terms of the frozen amounts, a little bit below average. And that's translated into our reservoir. Now this graphic, this is up to date through this morning or through midnight. Up north, things are better. Things we haven't seen in a while, up close to average for this date. But you can see the southern reservoirs, not so much. And through this graphic, this one's a day old. This is from the flood perspective. I just like throwing this out. You weren't at the last drought task force meeting, but I use this one as well. This one shows capacity and historical average. This one, the red line, is encroachment. So if you're above the red line, you're in flood control space. If you're below the line, you're not. And you can see there's several reservoirs after these storms that are above flood control space, but there's a lot of them that aren't, especially down on the San Joaquin. There's plenty of space there, even from a flood control perspective.
The question I've had, does the flood control space, is that static or does it change with the season? Because there's more rain to come in a normal, if there is such a thing as a normal year. I guess it's just a construct, but does that red line, how does it moves through the year? Presumably the flood spill line goes up later in the year.
Yeah, it does. Come by the end of, depending on the reservoir, each reservoir has its own unique curve, and those curves can vary depending on different factors. There's like a static baseline curve that, it's not existent at all during the summer, and it starts to come down in the winter, and then it starts to go back up in the spring. But it can vary day to day depending on precipitation patterns or other upstream storage. Each reservoir's got its own parameters, and the southern reservoirs, southern San Joaquin reservoirs, have sort of almost two charts, one for during rainy times and one during snowmelt, because most of them have a bigger flood threat from melting snow than they do from rain, which isn't to say they don't have both, but the snow tends to dominate.
You have to calculate it based on each watershed.
And they do. And
how fast does this reservoir fill? You think of the reservoir, thinking about over near the Salinas Valley where you've got the bigger watershed with the smaller reservoir.
Yeah. So in some respects, as soon as it stops raining, that curve jumps right back up. And so you can be encroached for just a day without doing anything simply because of the conditions upstream or the precip, depending on your reservoir. And so most reservoirs, if those curves haven't already started going up, will be shortly. So here's a look at Trinity, not so great. Of all the northern reservoirs, this one is not faring as well. Not even better than last year, not yet. I will go over these quickly because I'm sure I won't take you guys' thunder, but Shasta, yay. Oroville, yes, right over, just above average. All right, good job, John. And you see Folsom, you see the up and down there. That's the Bureau following that flood control curve, which we have other graphics, if I can show you another time, that show how that curve changes. We don't have it plotted here, but we do have some on CDEC. You can see where that flood control diagram is. San Luis is making progress, still nowhere close to where it was at this time last year. And then I've got I'm going to flow through these. These are other reservoirs we don't normally show, but this is, core controlled over on the west side of the valley. New Bullard's Bar up in the Yuba is doing well. Comanche, not so much. New Hogan, better than last year. Don Pedro, just a hair better than last year. Exchequer, anything was better than last year for Exchequer, but still not great. Middleton's a small reservoir, so this is to be expected. That's not so bad, but it's small. Pine Flat seeing some improvement. Terminus, very small reservoir. It's not so bad for its size, but this is really dominated by snow melt, so we'll see. Oops, too fast. Success, right there at average, and Isabel, pretty darn low on the Kern, and Castaic. Well, there's other reasons that does what it does, but and then Paris, not so great either. So these two are Southern California reservoirs that we put water into through the projects. And that's all I had. If you have any questions on the hydrology, now's good. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to John.
Is there, what are the forecasts for the next couple of weeks of the month?
Well, like I said, it might start raining as early. The latest model runs would suggest rain as early as Sunday night into Monday. It's still a ways out, so we'll see. But you saw it starting to show up. That system looks like it'll be a pretty good system through the, last us through the 21st, 22nd. And then, well, yesterday's model didn't show it nearly as strong. And so we'll see. Spring can be a tricky time for a lot of these models. Our old meteorologist would explain that when you go out more than a week, climate really dictates the path the model takes. And in winter, it's a wet path. That's why every 2 weeks, it always shows 2 weeks out it raining, no matter how dry it's been, because climate is dominating. In summer, it's the other way around. In summer, it's showing climate 2 weeks out, it's going to be hot and sunny. In the spring, it's struggling to transition between the two. And so the 2 week out becomes even more unpredictable, in my experience anyway, of the last 20 years watching these things. In the springtime, it just becomes a lot harder to really focus. And without having looked at all the different models, I don't have a sense of it at all. The meteorologist will look at their own model, look at several different models, and they'll hedge their forecast depending on a consistency of the models. But I did not see last night's or yesterday's weather briefing, and I don't know what they're thinking.
Far out to know.
Yeah, way too far.
Yeah, I know the April 1st metric, but in looking at some of not the ones you showed today, but in some of the snow charts, there clearly have been years where the snowpack grew through April and even into May. And again, I'm the original hope's not a strategy.
That'd be great.
I'm trying to make sure I'm not too half empty when we might be half full.
Yeah, we've had significant precip well into May in the past. The averages are lower in May and April than they were in March. So, the chances, if you take historical precedence as something to go by, don't favor it being a lot more, but it's definitely possible. One last thing I wanted to mention is when our chief hydrologist forecasts a general inflow for the storage cumulative across the state. And he expects possibly another 5 million acre feet to the total, which would take us to about 22, which is, as you take all the reservoirs that we monitor and put them all together, that'd be about 84% of average by the end of the month. This is current forecast.
I have some questions about the ones that are dependent upon exports, and looking at San Luis, worse than last year. And then Castaic and Lake Perez. Would you say that the conditions are similar for all three, or is there something about the ability to move water to the ones further south, maybe because of the COA or something along those lines?
And that's a great segue for John. So go ahead, John.
So just, you mentioned San Luis, so I came back to San Luis Reservoir. Again, John Lehi, DWR. And you can see that we, as good as this year has been, we actually are not doing as well in San Luis as we were last year at this time. I think I'll actually go to the slide that was the transition here, which gets to I think your question a bit. So this is, I think it was Board Member Diadamo that asked for this delta outflow information. So what we did is went ahead and plotted what the actual outflow has been since, in this case, November 1st through yesterday, essentially, or the day before yesterday. So a couple things. So we've talked about all the storage gains that have occurred upstream, and just taking a look at the SWP and CVP upstream reservoirs, we've probably been able to divert something probably just shy of 2 million acre feet in the upstream. Now, what this graph shows is no, the projects do not completely control the hydrology in the system. There is a substantial amount of flow from the unregulated streams and rivers that enter the system. Say, for example, big one is the Middle Fork, South Fork of the Yuba River, and just the runoff that's produced from the valley floor itself is producing these hydrographs that you see. We started to see, it took a while, even though the rain started in December. It took a while for that watershed to kind of prime up. It was much like a sponge at the beginning. We really didn't see some real decent runoffs till we got into January. And in fact, we were struggling with water quality, which had the salinity had intruded quite a bit as we had gotten through November and December. And so some of those first storms and the first big runoff events kind of helped clean up the water quality. So what happened essentially early January, water quality had cleaned up and we're essentially what we would consider excess conditions in the system. And so what you see in the kind of the yellowish or yellow-brown, that's the required NDOI under net delta outflow under the D1641, and then the darker line is the actual runoff that we experienced. So as I said, we were able to divert to storage upstream, a couple million probably since, and this is probably just since the beginning of March. The area under an example of the volumes here that we're talking about, the area between the curve of the actual NDOI and the required NDOI in the January through about mid-February period is probably about 1.7 million acre feet. So that's a substantial amount of flow that is not regulated by the projects. Getting to the question on the exports, so because this is the fishery sensitive period, of course, we have not only export constraints under D1641 as it relates to the EI ratio, for example, export to inflow ratio, but also the BIOPS for protection of both delta smelt and salmonids are the most rigorous in the spring period with the Old and Middle River restrictions and what have you. So up until now, we've probably been operating at about half of our, if that, capacity available to us at the project exports as we've gone through the spring. Now, the hope here is with all of this water we've been able to divert upstream, we'll be able to release a large amount of that this summer for rediversion and export during the summer period. So that's what's going to, that is something that was not a piece of the water supply picture that was not available to the State Water Project, for example, last year. We relied solely on these flows that we were picking up, the unregulated flows. In this period, all of our stored water went to trying to best meet what standards were available, and there was nothing that we could allocate to our customers south. So the 20% was all from this period and this unregulated flow period. So just to give you an example, but we're certainly in much better shape this year. And so where we are is, and I think it was, there was maybe misrepresented in the paper this morning, but we're actually at 30% allocation, which was announced towards the end of February. And that was a result of factoring in these January gains. So we'll be updating this based on not only the March 1st forecasts, but also the storage gains that we've actually seen. And so we'll be updating that allocation either later this week or into next week. And I did want to touch on, so I talked about the runoff forecasts. This is a very busy graph, but very useful information to kind of give you a sense of where we are. This is all the precip and the snowpack information that that Art just presented. Where the rubber meets the road for project operations is how much runoff, how much inflow are we actually expected to see for the remainder of the year. And I think Ron has referred to this as kind of the stock market ticker type graph, but it's essentially doing this evaluation of the forecasted runoff for the entire water year. It's updated on a day-to-day basis based on the actual observed flows, the known snowpack, and to a certain extent, it actually takes into account the weather forecasts for about the next week or so. So you'll see a spike in some of these numbers if there's a forecast for very wet conditions in the week ahead. So the three, just to kind of show you what you're looking at here, I'll start with the shaded background, and that's the typical, that's the average runoff accumulation. This is for the Sacramento Valley. And so that's typically how quickly the runoff will accumulate through the end of the water year, September 30th. The pink, dark pink, solid pink line is our actual to-date accumulation. So you can see that our runoff now for the Sacramento Valley is just slightly better than average to date. So the pink line above the shaded pink area. The blue line that's up and down, that's the actual observed runoff on a day-to-day basis. Okay, and now we'll take a look at the forecast is now these dots. So there's blue at the 10% exceedance, the wet assumption between now and the end of the year. The green is the median, and the red would be the dry case at 90% exceedance from this point forward. So you can see what's typical. It kind of, this is also referred to in some sense a funnel diagram. These tend to come together as we get further and further along, and the information, the uncertainty becomes less and less as we go through the spring. But as the, the month we wanted to forget, February, is what's going to inform the March 1st runoff forecasts. And a lot has happened, of course, since March 1st. But just the March 1st runoff forecast also updates the year type classification for both Sacramento and San Joaquin Valleys. For Sacramento, it is dry as of March 1st, and San Joaquin was critically. It actually fell back from dry to critical because of how dry February was. Now, this graphic will give you an idea how much improvement there has been since March 1st. So if you look at the red dots, there was a pretty big decline from, if you can pick out February 1st on the red dots to March 1st. There was actually a decline. You see an uptick right about the March 1st, but that was actually taking into account the forecasted precip. So that didn't actually make it into the actual official runoff forecasts that are produced March 1st. But again, it was, again, this graph, this particular product kind of looks ahead and it factors in some forecasted weather information. But you can see the decline in that from February 1st to March 1st, and that is reflected in those runoff forecasts for the official ones for March 1st. But this gives you an indication how the things have improved since March 1st. Those red dots as of yesterday, it's about equaling where the 50% forecast was back in February 1st. So that gives you some indication of where we might be headed. So great improvements there. And of course, these other dashed lines are representing the median runoff. That'd be that red dashed horizontal line, and then the blue dashed horizontal line would be the average. And so right now the median is showing, and you can see that on the very top in the title, the forecast is, according to this product, 106% of average is the expected runoff for the water year. So that is really good news in that, for a while now, we've been tracking above average, maybe precip-wise, and for a while there we were tracking above average on snowpack, although that declined in February. But the runoff was still lagging as far as the predictions. It was still below average. And now we're at a point where even the runoff is looking at near average. So that's really good news for this year. And then just briefly, here's the same exact information, but for the San Joaquin index. And you can see that this one didn't do, as already indicated, didn't do nearly as well as the Sacramento Valley. Although there were some improvements, but the median forecast for runoff is still below average for the San Joaquin, just not quite there. So we really hope this forecast materializes for this next week, and certainly we want that to hit the southern part of the state to help with things in the San Joaquin.
Well, I have a quick pause. Thank you for the report, and it illuminates a lot of the dimensions. We're dealing a lot with a north and south kind of dichotomy. How much, in talking with your climatologists, how much is air temperature factored into this? Because we heard that at a Sierra Nevada Watershed Improvement Program, multi-agency, multi-stakeholder meeting a couple weeks ago, the importance of air temperature and how it affects soil moisture. And so have you looked at that type of relationship and trying to explain the north-south difference in runoff and other issues and precipitation?
Well, as far as how the air temperature might factor into the north-south variation, that I can't really say. I'm not that familiar with it. But I think, as Art had indicated, generally the forecast is been for warmer conditions statewide. And I don't know if Art knows more about how those temperatures might factor into the forecast, but they certainly factor into the timing of when the runoff would occur. Earlier snow melt, of course, would bring more of the runoff earlier in the water year than not. A lot of that has to do with where, in a lot of these graphics that we look at are kind of averages. So even the snowpack, it's on average, it's right about normal. But at what elevations the snowpack is could be very significantly. In fact, I think if you look at the lower levels, lower elevations are probably much below average, whereas the higher elevations are above. So that's going to have some skew. That's going to skew the runoff. So what we also receive, in addition to the total annual runoff, we'll get a breakdown per month on when we would expect that runoff to come into each of the reservoirs. And so that informs how likely we will able to manage to that, our flood control diagrams, for example. An early snow melt is a lot more difficult to manage than if it's, that it'll last further into the summer. So. And I think that's it for my part, unless there's any additional questions. State Water Project. Okay, in that case, I will turn it over to Mr. Milligan.
Thanks, Sean. This is Ron Milligan with Bureau Reclamation. I'm going to go back a little bit, just a couple slides to hit on a couple points, but I did want to have a section here. We talk a little bit about the status of the reporting back to the order from back in December, and kind of that point in time where Folsom Lake was at a historic low and we were struggling with salinity in the delta and minimal pumping, and I think that contributes certainly, I think, to the storage levels that we saw back a few slides ago about San Luis, Castaic, Paris, in terms of that really dry set of conditions we had through the fall, all the way through halfway through December, and then some of those earlier storms where we just were trying to clean up the salinity enough to be able to start do some pumping. So I did want to hit, because we have had some questions about where's the reporting, where's the material that's part of the order, and then how's that leading us to how we're going to do our planning through the season. Now, that's one half of this equation. The other half is, and how do you fit it with the pieces that we've been working with now, hydrology-wise, which both add some complexity, but also, because it's good news, be good things. But let me go back just a couple slides here. This was an interesting slide. I think this kind of defines and a little bit of the funnel diagram kind of discussion as to, in the early part of the season, there's a lot of variation, which you can see. As we start heading to this time of the year, there's not a whole lot between our 50% exceedance and our other two. But I will kind of say that if you look at this, and I'll use the San Joaquin as an example because it's a little more obvious here, that as we continue from this point on, the 50 and the 90 don't have a whole lot of change between them. We start seeing things get fairly close together. It's in the wetter side of this equation that there's still some potential, and particularly with the, still some energy in the Pacific as El Nino is ebbing, but it's still there. And I think that's some of the things that Art was hitting on, is that we still have the potential for some storms. And as we come into this particular point in time, how we kind of hedge our bets and how we actually manage through this will be kind of interesting. The other one, and I just go back a few of these, back to Trinity. Trinity certainly looks a little bit odd compared to Oroville Shasta. And part of this is Trinity sits further up into the mountains than the other reservoirs. And the hope here is we're going to see an accumulation of snowmelt that'll make this catch up considerably quicker. So my expectation as we go into April and May is to start seeing that rise, even though we saw a pretty good rise with this last storm, that you'll start seeing that pick up considerably more than what we saw a year ago. So keep with the story on this one.
The story.
That's true, and I think as I go into a couple of discussion points for particularly what I'm going to highlight is for Shasta and Folsom, that element of it is something that we're having to think through pretty carefully. So pardon me while we kind of zip back towards where we were.
That does to your brain, watching that happen.
I'm sure you all are absorbing that at that rate, and we could probably get through these presentations a lot faster if we just kind of, I have to put it under my pillow and let it kind of absorb that way when I sleep at night. So there are a number of things that were part of the order back in December, the order for reconsideration. And I apologize, for those in the audience, the color combinations here in the background and the print isn't the greatest. But certainly there were the drought contingency plans and the monthly updates. And we want to talk a little bit about that. There was certainly a plan to how would we, based on what we have learned the last couple of years, how would we conduct our temperature evaluations coming through the coming year? And then using that information and input, actually create a temperature plan for the year ahead. There's also was a section that had dealt with American River and Folsom Ops that we had a lot of discussion back in December, particularly given that snapshot I talked about where Folsom was very low coming into the water year and just got lower to pretty dramatic set of pictures associated with low storage there. And then the Stanislaus New Maloney's operations as well. So those were all pieces of the order that all warrant their own set of reporting out, and I wanted to at least hit on those as we kind of take our snapshot today. We do have our temperature workshop set up for Friday, so I'm going to take that second and third bullet for the temperature plan evaluation piece and the actual planning stuff as we've been working on, and we'll package that and talk about that in great detail on Friday. But for the purposes of today, just wanted to talk about this from the point of view of the projects, reclamation and DWR, I think, in putting together the monthly updates, because on one hand, and I've had a few conversations with staff, is how could we be most productive with that exercise and trying to figure out what is the best conveying of information and level of detail. Because on one hand, the monthly first of the month snow surveys, analytics of that about projected runoffs, then crunching that into for an array of runoff forecasts for probabilities. What does that mean in terms of project operations with considerations to fishery actions, other limitations potentially? Being able to then coordinate that with our agency colleagues about what they think about it and get some input on that, get some stakeholder input, and have that all done in a monthly step, and then have it to the board and the board staff with something I'll call, some decision space to be able, well, how are we going to respond to that if the request were to make changes to objectives? So we're trying to figure out how do we provide the right sequence of that. I think that one of the things that we're going to be thinking through is if we see something in a particular forecast step that is concerning about an objective that we haven't already talked about and how that would change, then basically fast track that piece and start that dialogue sooner while we're putting the complete package together and the framework that it sits in, because I can recognize both sides of it, and it's been a struggle. So we've done some talking as to how do we best put that together. Now, interesting, just another dynamic to this is we take and we do this work with a March 1st exceedance set of forecasts that are completely obsolete 2 weeks later, in the sense that the snapshot was on March 1st and a great capturing of conditions coming out of February and what a dry 20% of, for San Joaquin, for example, rainfall would look like. But then you put the very intense 5 days to 2 weeks that we've had in March. A lot of that information, we were spending a lot of time kind of working on that to have a package, but it's not necessarily very relevant as we come to the next step. So that's a second piece. So I think we need to be, as the projects, cautious of, okay, what's useful information, and still be looking for what are the things that we need to focus on, I think, as it relates to our work with you all at the board.
I've always had a sense, and this is a longer conversation, that you've overcomplicated what you think we want. Because I think what we need and want, particularly at these, is that common sense, here's what it looks like, as opposed to focusing on outdated numbers as if the following 2 weeks or even projections for the others don't matter. So no one's trying to torture you to go through a large analytical thing just to feed us. I know you need to analyze these things, but that's always concerned me, that it felt that you were putting yourselves in a straitjacket of sorts that we hadn't put you in. So totally open to a rational way to give us an update that's actually practical, particularly in this forum.
Hopefully we're doing a little better with this today, because as I go through this, I think there's a couple spots that we want to kind of, with the better news, there's still a couple places I think we'll need to focus on, and they're somewhat San Joaquin River oriented. But anyway, that's the monthly update piece, and I do think we've got a better dialogue going as to how to pick out the most important things. And it's kind of like that funnel diagram we were talking about. Certain things at the beginning we're worried about a lot of stuff, and now we kind of, some things seem like they're going to be taken care of, but then there's other things that will need more detailed attention. I will, having said, we'll talk a lot about temperatures and as it relates to Shasta Lake and Sacramento River on Friday. I did want to talk about one new dimension that's cropping up, just so that we could talk about it, and that's the question about where we stand today. How do you get to the point with the prospects of both as Art talked about in the Northern Sierra, a near average, about as average or near average as you're going to find this close to April 1st of an average April 1st snowpack. Usually it's in the statistical world, it's either way one way or way the other way. But we're pretty close to that. We're at 3.7 million acre feet as of overnight this morning at Shasta, which is just over 1 million acre feet more than we had on the very first day of March. So in a 2-week period, there's another 1 million acre feet, plus a saturated basin, plus a near average snowpack. So we are technically encroached into the flood space at Shasta, which is something that at the 1st of March didn't seem like would be possible. So what does that mean? Well, we've also got inflows that are certainly lingering quite quickly. The one graph that John had kind of talked about runoff in the basin, and it hadn't kind of peaked yet. So we're still seeing in all of our Sac Valley reservoirs still inflows that are probably exceeding our releases for the most part. Shasta is a good example. I think we probably still had 30 to 40,000 CFS inflows into Shasta even last night, and and actually withdrawals from Shasta are maybe 2,000-3,000 CFS. So we're accumulating storage, and we can easily be at we will be over 4 million. Just exactly how much over 4 million acre feet will be the story of how we manage for the rest of as we go through the rest of this particular month. But the point there is that there's another dynamic other than just the rainfall, which is what's kind of talked about as April through July runoff, which is this combination of snowmelt and some additional rainfall you might get in the spring. And for the inflow to Shasta, the snapshot right now is at the 90. That's still another 1.5 million acre feet of water to come in. And you've got, if you're at the end of March at 4 million acre feet or more, you only have about 500,000 acre feet of storage left to try to figure out what to do with 1.5 million acre feet of water. So that's the good news. And if it stayed there, we could probably work our way through it. But 50% is a little bit different, a little more water. But the 25%, which is, not necessarily out of the range of possibility with some of the dynamics in the Pacific, that gets you to 2.4 million. So that's almost another 1 million acre feet to deal with. And that's going to be, I think, the juggling that we see. And we want to make sure that now we're trying to thread the needle between conserve your water for later in the summer and your cold water pool, but don't get to a point where you're too full and then have to spill a lot of water all to the last moment. The really good news here from a last point on Shasta, temperature management setup for the rest of the year is we are now full enough in the lake that we've closed all the middle gates on the temperature control device and opened all the upper gates. So anything that we do now, at least as it relates to water that we're going to move through the powerhouse, is going to be through the upper gates of the reservoir and taking upper layers of water, so that anything that's down the cold water pool that we've got currently sitting there is way down, well away from anything of the water coming out of the lake, which is a great improvement over the last couple of years.
Also, the snowpack that's upstream of Shasta, is that going to play a role in the cold water management as well versus 2015?
Our expectation is, and this is something we'll be kind of mapping every couple of weeks, plus some other tools we'll talk about on Friday, is that this is this kind of 1.5 to 1.7 in the average April through July is going to be a whole lot colder volume of water than we've seen the last couple of years, because we're just talking about a much bigger quantity of water that's going to help feed this. The inverse of this is a little bit of the water that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, in that if compared to the runoff that was still flowing into the lake based on some of the river gauges upstream of Shasta in the February timeframe, so the runoff that was the product of some of the January stuff, what we were noticing is that temperature of water was a degree, potentially a degree and a half warmer than it had been. So you did have the product of some warmer rains in what we've seen here in March. Now, it still was below 50-degree water in the river coming in, but it certainly was a noticeable increase in terms of temperature. So we'll be watching that as well, and just to see how that all mix. So it's a lot of things that come together, and putting them into a package and measuring, collecting it at the end is part of what I think we'll talk a lot more on Friday. In the area of the Folsom American River component of this, which when we talked back in December was
in itself a lot of interest. We had a number of we had a lot of legislatures coming in, so in that situation had a lot of visibility and a lot of folks using Folsom as the poster photograph opportunity for the drought. And seeing it with 20,000 CFS with flows well over the spillway is a pretty dramatic picture from where we had been. I've seen some satellite imagery where you just see the lake at its very minimal, bare bones, just kind of coming together to the dam, and a lot of brown area kind of just growing and filling to the place that it is today. Cool NASA product. So as of last night, we were up to 700,000 acre feet of storage, which is well encroached, but we are working with our Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency and the Corps of Engineers on managing this. Going to 20,000 CFS at Folsom, certainly we did gain some storage, but certainly was very manageable, and we're coming out of that and we're starting to ramp down slowly. But that doesn't leave us right now a lot of space left in Folsom. This kind of concept of fill management is really dramatic here, because in this particular watershed, if you're on the dry side or minimalist, you still got almost 1 million acre feet to go to try to work through. And you only got about right now, as of this moment, about 300,000 acre feet of stored water, storage area to put that. So a lot of water is going to have to keep moving through. But if we get into something wetter on top of all of that, that's just going to be an interesting dynamic. And everyone's going to be, well, again, the pressure of save the water the best you can. We don't know where we are. I mean, what we did see coming out of 2011, obviously, is that you can't count on the next year being wet. We can get into another cycle. We don't know if we've kind of broken this. So we are making sure that we're kind of balancing the two things as we go through, and a orderly, manageable filling of the lake without creating too much cushion that then leaves us wondering, well, why didn't you fill or get near full under these circumstances?
A flood. It's interesting how people don't remember how devastating floods can be, sort of death, destruction, mayhem. So I understand the conservatism and the challenge of trying to figure out how to manage it. It is a hard communication thing. That's part of why I asked about whether that flood line changed, because this is actually very helpful, because you're looking at what's expected to come in, both from rain and snow melt through the course of the season. And obviously, as you get further in the season, then you can fill it higher without worrying quite so much. And so you've got your metrics you use, but you're also eyeballing what's going on, knowing that we're in uncertain territory.
So what I will have for Friday, and because Shasta is an excellent example of this kind of flood diagram, I will have that so we can talk off of that a little bit, because it shows the seasonal piece, but also has a dynamic to it that takes into account the wetness in the basin at the time, which is the reason that we are as encroached as much as we are within that diagram at Shasta. The other interesting part of this is that a big chunk of this April through July runoff, both for Shasta, same thing for Oroville, and at Folsom, is that snow that's already there. This isn't a probability, okay, we're waiting for that next storm. We know there'll be so many storms. This is kind of money in the bank that we're actually trying to figure out what we're going to get. And so that's why that 50 and that 90 in this particular little table is not that much different. But as I said, the thing that's the addition is if you get a wet storm on top of this, then things get pretty exciting. So that's that particular piece. So as this relates to the order, though, obviously we want to be responsive to the order. The operations that were talked about there in terms of flows and end of the warrior storage, and we talked a lot about 200,000 acre feet, so that's not a problem now. And so our proposal here is we're certainly capturing that type of resolution in the updates to the drought plan, as well as typically what we would do with the biological opinion is in the end of May, early June timeframe, set our temperature target for management on the American River based on where we are at that particular time and the lake stratification, and that seems to have worked well in the past. So our proposal is, although the time requested in the order, given the flood ops we've got right now, I think it would be, I don't think there's any risk here associated with kind of hitting back into the typical mode of operations in terms of the timing as it relates here for Folsom. So that takes us to an area that is not as robust, obviously. The San Joaquin has been a lagging indicator versus the Sacramento, where the Sacramento, I mean, the interesting thing, and the shout out to both the current day flood managers at DWR and the local districts and those that kind of designed the whole system. You've got water today kind of in all the spilling over all the weirs into all the bypasses, significant amounts of water coming down the system, and there's no concerns about flooding other than very localized. So, you know, this is all very well managed water coming out. You have spilling at at Folsom. You've got spilling kind of coming out of the Bear River now and of the Yuba that's contributing here, and it's all very orderly. But we don't have that on the San Joaquin. We are seeing some response at Vernalis, and we did pick up a little bit of storage, and we'll take New Maloney's because that was one of the specifics in the December order. Currently, we've got about 540,000 acre feet. We've picked up a little bit, but by contrast of where I talked about Shasta and can kind of boast about a million acre feet since the first of March, we're talking about 60 to 70,000 acre feet since the 1st of March into New Maloney's. And that's the type of inflow into Folsom over the weekend. So it is still a tough slog, and same thing for Exchequer and Don Pedro. But so we've spent a lot of time working on with our partners in the Stanislaus Basin, Oakdale and South San Joaquin Irrigation District to work out a plan that we've not ready to present the details, but we'll be presenting to and sending over and working with the board staff and our fishery agency colleagues. But we see a plan that would allow us to meet the biological opinion flows through the spring and summer, end up at New Maloney's at least 300,000 acre feet, which is better than where we ended last year and a whole lot better than where we were concerned with coming into the previous forecasting back at last spring, early summer. And working with the local districts on providing some flows that would be on top of what we would be doing on the Stanislaus biological opinion to create a pulse flow in the straddling sometime in April to May, to be worked out depending on the fishery dynamics and timing. The head barrier is pretty much done at the head of Old River for the San Joaquin. And as we've talked about before, a great deal of the migrating salmonids that came up in the fall ended up in the Stanislaus River. So if we can put this package together, I think it's going to be very targeted to the fish in there. So we should have a draft plan available for staff to take a look at next week. I'm going to do a shout out to Tim O'Laughlin because I've been working quite closely with him and his group on materials here to see if Tim, if I can, ask him to come up and make some comments to this.
I got to go. He can have my seat.
Tim O'Laughlin, representing Oakdale, South San Joaquin, and Tridam projects. Yeah, my blue card, this will take up that segment if that's okay with the chair. Real quick, I'm going to kind of get into the weeds just a little bit to give you a little more specific information. Currently, right now, the San Joaquin River Basin, as you're heard, is not doing as well. So we're looking at the April-May pulse flow period is one of the first things we're looking at. We got a forecast yesterday. We're looking at base flows in the San Joaquin River at Vernalis, probably around 2,000 CFS during the April-May pulse flow period. And that's with releases from the Merced, the Tuolumne, and the OCAP-BO RPA flows. So we expect, and like you heard, hydrology can change, but things are still tending dry in the San Joaquin River Basin. Even when we get a storm, runoffs don't occur very much. So you're going to be at 2,000, and currently we're looking at a San Joaquin River Basin index of below normal, which pushes us to 46 to 5,400 CFS. So you're going to be at 2, and you need to get to 46 to 54. The districts are talking to reclamation and have talked to the exporters. We would look at doing something like we did last year, where we would release water during the April-May pulse flow period time. The exporters have agreed to pay for it. The concern right now is the EI ratio. As you can imagine, at a below normal, the EI ratio is 3 to 1. The export community doesn't want to end up paying around $900 an acre foot for water. So we have to get the EI ratio to 1, at least for the add water. What this also points out, I think, too, is that the disconnect that we've always talked about since 1995, and kind of keep it in the back of your head as you go into your new water quality control planning process, is that at some point in time we have to disaggregate the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins. So this is a good exercise in that, because then the first thing is the EI ratio is predicated in large part about what's happening on the Sacramento River. So you may see this spring, and the experts are here, you're going to be looking at 40,000 CFS coming down the Sacramento River, 25,000, and you're going to have 2, and then you're going to limit exports to 1,500. So that's one of the issues. The next issue that pops up is the February through June flows are pushed in large part by Sacramento River Basin. Once again, probably in the April time period through the end of June, we won't be able to meet those flows. San Joaquin River flows are projected to drop below 2. The projected objective is going to be 2,280 CFS. That's going to be very difficult to meet. We might be able to do something with that on the wings of going into the pulse flow and on the wings coming out of the pulse flow, but after that period, it'd be very difficult to meet. So what we tried to do with reclamation is come up with a plan. We will look at implementing conservation plans within the districts again this year. We're going to look at our upstream reservoir operations. One of the things that is a little bit different in the Sacramento San Joaquin River system, and I was explaining this when we met with your staff earlier this week with Tom and Diane and Rich, is there's 250,000 acre feet of available storage space above New Maloney's right now. So even though we're talking about these numbers where people are saying, we're going to get 800,000 acre feet of unimpaired runoff, that may be true, but that's not all going to show up in New Maloney's or downstream. So I think the other thing we've done, the Stockton East Water District, which is a CVP contractor, they would be allocated no water this year. They've approached the 2 districts to get a supply of water for their M&I. We're working on the details of that to get them an M&I supply. One of the things that's going to be a little bit different too is embedded in this is we've been trying to implement a program with the San Luis Delta Mendota Water Authority and Metropolitan Water District and the State Water Project contractors. We're going to try to implement a pilot program this year at Oakdale, where we take land out of production, pay them money, and do SB7X so they can become compliant. It's very expensive to become compliant with SB7X. when you have to put individual meters on. So this is a way we can push money to our farmers, get them to get conservation programs. And I think we're looking at 9,000 acre feet of actual transfer water this year embedded within that. See how that pilot program works and come back and visit it again. So Ron, I've said this before up here, has been, Reclamation has been great to work with. Our friends on the other side of the valley have been excellent to deal with in trying to get water down through the system and over across. We will hit at least 300,000. The districts have made a commitment to Reclamation that through upstream operations and conservation downstream, we will exceed 300,000 acre feet into month storage September and do the supplemental release on top. Ron's been really busy, so he's asked the districts to help in the preparation of a draft plan. Actually, that hit my desk last night. We are doing a temperature run based on current profiling that we did out at the reservoir this past Thursday, and we expect that to be done by the end of the week. So we expect, my weekend doesn't look very busy, but I hope to work with Ron and have a draft plan to your staff next week with all the particulars. So I think it'll get us through this year. It's not going to, unfortunately, get you to your April-May pulse flow requirement, but we're definitely going to improve things beyond what the current base case would be.
Question. So on the challenges that you listed, in particular EI ratio and some other things, all of those can be or could theoretically be addressed through an adjustment through the TUCP? Or are there any conditions of the biological opinion that would prevent you from making those adjustments?
We will have to sit down with National Marine Fisheries Service and figure out, there's certain OCAP, BO, RPAs, indices that we would have to talk about whether or not the EI ratio can be relaxed and under what conditions it can be relaxed. So we will be sitting down with Reclamation, probably Reclamation will take the lead on this, talking to their fellow federal agency. But there are things that we can do to, and can be done on the EI ratio to make sure that the supplemental water could occur in the April-May time period. So it's just a question of sitting down. We have to figure out what the hydrology is, and if the hydrology fits the indices, and if that doesn't fit it, what other things we can do. So there's room to do that, and we just have to sit down and get the numbers in front of everybody, because one of the problems is, as you've heard it today, is, we started this earlier, and when we got to March 1st, we thought, gloom and doom, and now the numbers are changing. We've gone from critical in the basin. We're teetering between dry and below normal. We're guessing below normal right now. We're hoping for below normal. So we'll see. I think there is room, and I'm very hopeful that we can work with NIMS on getting some adjustment to the EI ratio if it's necessary.
The only other thing I would do is just comment that as we go forward with the development and release of the water quality control plan, to just see some of the challenges on the San Joaquin, illustrated this year and last year. Things can go from bad to worse pretty quickly, and so just really appreciate the districts coming together, not just on the stand, but on the Merced and the Tuolumne to try and pull this together.
Yeah, I think the lesson is that the whole basin index that we've been looking for setting base flows for the San Joaquin River just doesn't work when you tie it to the Sacramento River Basin. So we can come up with something else that works, a better mousetrap, but currently what we've seen since that time period doesn't work. And the EI ratio, it's kind of, I'll let the biologists speak about this more, but if we're going to be around 2,000 base flow and you have an EI ratio of, 3 to 1, it gets pretty tough when you got 40,000 CFS flowing down the Sacramento River and people look at you and say, well, why aren't you trying to pick that water up? So I don't know. I think that's a major policy call with input from the biologists, but definitely an interesting dynamic occurring there. So we will have a draft plan with reclamation by the end of the week and hopefully on your staff's desk by the early next week. Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess I'll just fill in with that, and I thank Tim for, in the two districts, for all the hard work they're putting into this, because it's a definite partnership to be able to bring the types of flows together that we're going to need. But to the one question about, kind of what's needed, I mean, this is when Tim referred to the EI ratio, it's the RPA within the no fisheries opinion that limits our pumping during the April-May period to just a ratio of whatever's ever analysis. So it's not the D1641 EI ratio it's in place. So it's specifically an RPA question, and there are some off-ramps currently in the biological opinion for drought consideration. The real question is, as Tim said, is that the dynamics in the basin are somewhat in flux, and the question is going to be, is the off-ramp still available? So, and if it's not, then we probably have to do a little more work to figure out how to right-size this in terms of the flow versus the pumping, which kind of then plays into some of the other financial aspects of this. But we're very close. But as Tim said, they don't necessarily meet the flows that are in table 3, and then that's where it would come to the board to say, does this seem like a reasonable package given the circumstances?
I've got some questions on the Shasta slide.
Okay.
At Delta Outflow Index. So I know you're going to be talking about a lot of this on Friday. So to the extent that you just want to take the questions more as comments for you to be thinking about incorporating on Friday, that's fine. It's with me. I'm just looking at trying to better understand the limited window and limited opportunities to move water. So if you look at, say, the net delta outflow index and what was described as non-regulated water not captured, I know there's been a lot written about this lately. We've received some letters, and it continues to be, I think, a source of frustration for many, first of all, in terms of how it's described. And then secondly, what do you do with that information? And I think that it'd be helpful, for me anyway, to be able to put a number on this, because I know there's a lot of different viewpoints about the water that has not been captured. And regardless of what viewpoint you have, it would be helpful to have some accurate information on how much water we're even talking about. Now, I understand there's the department may have a website on this where there is an actual amount in terms of acre feet. Is that something that you could speak to?
Yes, so I think you might be referring to the resource agency is posting a theoretical, if the California water fix were in place, what kind of diversions could occur?
I didn't mean to go down that
That
path.
is not a question for this proceeding, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go down that path. I didn't realize it was on that
That's the only information
site.
I'm aware of that's been posted.
Okay. All right.
In a separate vein, because I see we're going, I think the issue of when we tried, folks have tried doing this last year, but it would be nice to have, I'm looking at our folks too, sort of the numbers of, what of that could have been potentially captured and what can't be at all, because some of it's going by too fast, that sort of thing. Just what
Right,
are all the various
exactly.
numbers so that people argue about things, but they're using the right metrics when they're arguing.
So I think maybe what you're asking for is if the Old and Middle River flow restrictions weren't in place, how much water could have been captured during this time period. Am I correct? You're not asking about the water fix question.
No, I mean, I'm looking at this issue of, not regulated, not captured, and just trying to get a better sense of exactly what that means. in terms of acre feet. And I
That
realize
might
that
be a
there are
water fix
different.
question then. But I think there is another number that I think has been in the media, which is the Old and Middle River flow restrictions that are in place. that are constraining exports to some extent.
Right. And then along those lines, it just strikes me that there may be well, it's been a little frustrating to see these letters and realize that a lot of folks don't even really understand exactly who's driving these restrictions. And it seems to me that as we end up with Shasta encroaching on that flood space and having to release water that perhaps can't be captured, it's important to start messaging as to what the purpose is, what's driving it, what can be done, what can't be done. And then along the lines of, on this issue of exports, I believe one of you made this statement that the water, even though exports are limited now, at a later point, the water could be moved for export. How do you make those determinations, and how does that fit in with the limited window in terms of pumping? And what does that mean in terms of water supply for this year versus next year? Because there's not just the issue of timing at the exports, but then also timing in terms of use.
Comment was John's, but I'm gonna kind of step into that a little bit, maybe against my better judgment. But one of the questions for reclamation, particularly as it relates to our interactions with a lot of our South of Delta contractors, is, and this is where we want to have a robust, well thought out temperature plan for Shasta, is what can we rely on in terms of being able to take now what could be a very full Shasta reservoir, and to be able to do a reasonable temperature plan that avoids all the impacts for their temperature-related impacts that we've seen over the last couple of years, given drought and low reservoir levels, and be able to say, is that something you can plug into a broader operational plan to be able to say, we can utilize our full pumping capacity in the summertime and into the fall, because that makes a huge difference. And I think to John's point, in terms of allocations for the state project, is that is not something that they had last year. I mean, they certainly didn't use full capacity at Banks and relied a lot on their early allocations based on water already south of Delta, not knowing where this goes. Reclamation has kind of been a similar concern in that until we're able to illustrate a temperature plan that meets the needs of a high risk level of returning winter run, that we need to hit those targets, be able to show that, and then I think, given the lake level we have, is maybe a more typical wetter year type operation where then we can move water out at a rate that then allows us to meet those other summertime demands. And then we're able to use a combination of San Luis and just a direct pumping to get there. We are already behind on the CVP South of Delta side, behind what we could do because we've just been catching up over basically 2 years of drought conditions and low CVP exports. So this is why this next step in taking what we currently know about Shasta, things we'll be talking about on Friday, working to a plan with input from stakeholders to say, yes, this makes sense, and that we're able to then integrate the releases through the summer into the early fall that then drive an operations that can get some water to the south side of the San Joaquin Valley.
I understand, so that you can pump when you don't have the limitations there, which aren't all the time. It's when you have
That's right.
conditions with smelt.
So last year we had the example of dry conditions in the fall, There are constraints, delta for pelagic species and in salmon, and when we got to the summer, there's just not a lot of water left in storage, so it was a very slow amount of water, and then there's just no water for allocations, let's say for ag water service contractors for the CVP.
And this is probably more for Friday, but just as a heads up, I think it'd be helpful where you can to explain what the restrictions are, what they're based on. We may have quite a few people here that don't know the difference. And so if it's a restriction because of the biological opinion versus something that's driven by a temperature plan, I think it'd be helpful to highlight that. And
We'll
then,
have fish, are we having fish, the fish agencies will be here Friday too, right? And do we have some here today? No? Okay, so Friday. They'll be here, they can also speak.
right. And then the other thing too is to just clearly indicate where there are trade-offs. I know we're going to be focused on the temperature plan, but I'm anxious to hear what the trade-offs are in terms of water supply under the various scenarios that you'll be outlining.
I think what we'll have for Friday is we try to cobble together, given what we know, that things have gotten a little bit narrower in terms of, the drier scenarios probably aren't realistic this particular year. But I think we'll at least illustrate what those mean, because I think conceptually, I agree that there are folks that just to help them understand the interrelationship of these things, we will probably present a dry scenario that was maybe a snapshot of the 1st of March to be able to show here's what the trade-offs might be, so that we don't lose in that particular moment, because it'd be really easy for us to come and say, well, here's a run that doesn't have any, there are no trade-offs, because there's plenty of water to go around if you get to a point where you're assuming a full Shasta reservoir and you've got these other excess conditions within the rest of the system.
Yeah, I think one of the things we wanted to talk about on Friday is looking forward. What are things we should consider, and what are some of the lessons we've learned from the past couple of years? And now that it's looking wetter, that probably becomes more of the emphasis of the workshop on Friday than the current year's conditions. Although I know NIMS is still wanting to work through the details of the plan, and I'm sure we do as well. A lot of the emphasis shifts to how do we, if we have another dry year in the future, how do we learn from the lessons we've had for the past few years and do a better job?
Helpful to be thankful for having the problems we have this year compared to the problems we had last year. I'm sorry, my favorite quote, where's Art? Did he leave? My favorite quote of the day is going to be average, yay. But we still have to put average in context for everyone, because average doesn't mean fine. So, because we're in a hole. So it's continuing complexity, but better to have complexity with more precipitation and snow than less. So, other question? All right. Are there more slides, or are we?
I won't cycle back through because that was the last slide we were on when we talked about New Maloney's.
Okay, great.
If there's any questions.
Thank you all very much, and thank you for taking the trip up. Appreciate that. It's, half the population of California. Thank you, Vice Chair Spivey-Weber, for pointing out that we should be hearing that too. So appreciate you coming up, and thank you all for your hard work. And I know we all have a lot of work ahead of us, and we'll see you Friday. With that, I want to turn it to Vice Chair Spivey-Weber for a short presentation, and then to let everybody else know, because I've seen people filing in for our later items, we have a short staff presentation.
Okay, and this will be
agenda,
very quick. Les, would you please come up and sit next to Rich? Or actually, no, you can just stand right where you are.
It looks like we might have a comment on this last item. Were you trying to comment?
Oh, I didn't have a card. I just had Tim's card. You didn't turn it in? Oh, sorry, Ara, I didn't know. Please, come on up.
Appreciate the accommodation
Sure.
between traffic and parking. I arrived a little late and overlooked that. Our Ashdarian Water Policy Administrator, San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, just wanted to take a minute to share 3 observations about the last couple of weeks. First off, I'd like to thank you, Chairwoman Marcus, for recognizing the ability and the importance of improving how we're doing the monthly reportings. I think one thing, looking back over the last several months is, a lot of time, a lot of energy, in some cases, a lot of angst got poured into reports and information that even at the time was, very hypothetical, very speculative, and now in many cases irrelevant. So, what a magnificent difference 2 weeks can make. But I think it really underscores that, good information is important, but the timing of that information is important too. And moving forward, I think that's a good lesson learned. 1.7 million acre feet gathered up, maybe closer to 2, as John had indicated, in the last couple of weeks, right? That's pretty cool. That's something only surface storage can do. There's no groundwater basin in anywhere, groundwater bank, that could have absorbed that sort of water in that sort of time frame. So thank goodness for the surface storage facilities that we have, and looking forward to a future with more of them so we can continue to better manage California's precious resource. Lastly, and I appreciated the presentation by Metropolitan very much in this regard, while things have improved significantly, certainly in the north, things south of the Delta, and that's for everybody south of the Delta, whether you're a Bay Area agency and dependent on pumping at banks, whether you're in San Joaquin Valley, whether you're in Silicon Valley, Central Coast, Southern California, the situation there still remains, quite different. We've got, 20 million plus people with, probably half the supply that they should have. They'll continue to conserve. They'll continue to pay higher rates as a result. You've got millions more who will have less. You have some that may continue to have none. And that's a significant problem. I appreciated the question you raised, Ms. Diadamo, about what exactly might be constraining us at different times, because a lot has been said over the last several years, how drought is impacting chronic water supply shortages, and certainly drought has played its role, but regulation has too. And at some point, I think we need to begin to sit down and sort of reevaluate what it is and what we're doing, and ask ourselves, are we achieving the successes that we had hoped to? OMR is a great example. We're coming on 10 years of OMR management. And what we've seen both in terms of winter run and Delta smelt is just continuing declines. And so I do think it's important for us to sit down and acknowledge the fact that regulation has had significant impacts on water shortages. Those impacts are translating into socioeconomic disruption and impacts that are perhaps avoidable. And at some point we need to begin to sort of wonder, how we've set this table, have we set it well, and are we actually effectively and efficiently achieving, the outcomes that we all desire. So appreciate this opportunity. Looking forward to Friday. It's going to be a good day, and thank you very much. And so.
We have one more speaker, Rick Ortega from Grassland Water District. Hi, there you are.
Hello again. So Rick Ortega, General Manager, Grassland Water District and the Resource Conservation District. We deliver water supply to the seasonal wetlands, state and federal refuges, as well as the private lands down there. A large block of wetlands, critically important internationally. And just to really segue from what Ara said, conditions haven't really improved much south of the Delta, especially in San Luis Reservoir. So there's very little, if any, federal water in San Luis Reservoir, which is a big concern of ours. For the past few years, we have been unable to deliver any water really in the beginning of the year to maintain these habitats to where we need to grow the food base, or to provide any irrigations to really get the seed and biomass to a level where we feel confident the waterfowl will be doing good. We also have ESA concerns, giant garter snake water. We've been completely reliant on groundwater through the spring and summer months these past 2 years, so it really underscores how critical water supplies are going to be for us this spring and summer. Unfortunately, we had a request to reschedule some of our water year 15 water into 16. So the state and the grasslands painstakingly conserved upwards of 15,000 acre feet, which seems like a lot of water, but and is a lot of water to us. But in the big scheme of things, a very insignificant quantity of water. That request was denied by reclamation. So unfortunately, that would have really helped us
Secondly, we're not sure that even though it looks like our level 2 supplies might be whole, our ability to actually schedule those into May when we need that critical irrigation supply. So just some considerations when you're thinking about the EI ratio and the temperature plan. There are other environmental impacts that are associated with south of Delta restrictions.
Used about the rescheduling issue. In a year like this, that was denied.
It was.
There
yeah.
seems to be capacity.
I don't think it was a capacity issue. I asked time and time again for the specific operational constraint and bottleneck, and the rationale was basically we have debt to pay back to the contractors, and so that's unfortunate. Thank you.
No. Take it all in. Vice Chair.
Thank you.
And then just, after this, we'll take a short break and then we'll go another, almost hour and a half, and then we'll break for lunch around 1 unless we're almost done. Is that all right?
Sounds good. And this will be very quick, but it's also, I think, timely in the sense that we've had some good news, we've had some okay news, and we've had not such good news, which we just heard about. And so it's very important. I observed several months ago now that Les was missing the happy gene, and now that we are in the spot where from time to time he's going to need that happy gene, I am very pleased to be able to present to him happy genes that were decorated by staff in the Water Rights Division. And I would like for Les to be able to come up and take these and use them appropriately when it is time to be happy. They're very happy.
You can't wear them. You may have to frame them. Yeah. There they are. You don't know what to say. Is that what you're saying?
Because I am that grumpy and miss the happy gene, of course, what Art said, yay, average. That was good for me also.
Thank you, and good luck.
Thanks. Well, we will now take a 15-minute break. Suggest people, if they have trouble waiting till 1 or so for lunch. So 25 of 12, 11:35, we'll reconvene. 5 and 6, okay. Good work, staff. All right, we're reconvening. It is now 11:41. I actually have no cards. Hello. All right, I'm just making sure your feelings aren't going to be hurt if we, all right. So we actually have no cards on items 5 or 6, and I know staff's done a robust job of working with people and briefing this in the staff reports. I just want to look across the room and ask if there's anybody here on item 5 or 6 that needs to be heard or needs to hear the report. The reports are written, so.
Happy to move items 5 and 6 with the provision that there are some, I guess, errors in the preliminary documents for item 6 that staff is working to address.
Second.
Why don't we do them separately so we can ask about that question?
All right, I will move item 5.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Division of Drinking Water. Excellent.
Yeah, I'd like to have staff come up because I know you've done a really good job on this, but we've got to make sure we have everything on the record we need to have on the record.
On item 6, staff will, I'm sure, go into detail, but I did notice in reading the preliminary official statements that there were blanks, obviously, but there also were some minor typos and one error regarding the expiration date of Board Member Diadamo's term. I noted them to staff, and I would think that those things will be addressed as staff continue to update and finalize those documents.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important is to recognize that unlike in the context of, for example, the regulations that you just adopted, typically when you vote on something, you are voting on the final form, and we're very careful about the language. If you look at the resolved clauses for the resolution on the action for item 6, they're very clear to articulate that they're in substantially the form of the drafts that have been provided to you. They are undergoing a continual process of minor revisions, but it's the substantive items in the disclosure documents that are important that the board has reviewed and that you're going to be voting on now.
And I can just add that the notes that we've received so far have been passed along to our disclosure council to be added into the preliminary official statement, with the exception of the board member dates, which we're going to add right on in as soon as we can.
And I did have one question. There was a statement there that we were reviewing the financial conditions of several recipients, including one that is undergoing bankruptcy protection. Which one is that?
Yeah, so that's the city of San Bernardino, and they filed bankruptcy several years ago. I couldn't say the exact date, but they've made all their payments in bankruptcy. They have one more payment left that's due April 1st of this year, and so our expectation is that they will make that payment, and that'll fully amortize that loan.
And then my other question, sorry about that, because I was back to the issue of cross-collateralization, did I even say that correctly?
Yes.
And inter-fund investing between the two SRF programs that are now both under the State Water Board. Not being familiar with that, I was curious, is this something that's standard between the SRF programs, that we do this kind of cross-collateralization and inter-fund investing?
They're permissible activities, and so with the drinking water SRF coming over, that creates that opportunity. We have no definite plans at this point, but it's something that as staff we're going to explore in the future and try to learn more about it. And at this point, we're just trying to let the market know that that's something that may come in the future. Just full disclosure for them.
And I would just add, because it's something that came up during the transfer of the drinking water program, it's not commingling. We're not anticipating putting drinking water dollars into the Clean Water SRF fund.
But what then does cross-collateralization and inter-fund investing mean?
I was thinking we should describe those to you so that they're big terms, right? So cross-collateralization is where we can use loans that were issued in one program to issue revenue bonds against those, but the money would go into a different one. The interfund investing is it's allowable and considered that when you have cash in one of the SRFs, the federal rules associated with that allow you to invest that. Normally, our cash is invested in the state surplus money fund that the state operates, and we get a little bit of interest back from that. They hold it in cash and cash in kind, big investments, and the treasurers handle all of that kind of behind the scenes, and all of the money from the state is pooled in this big pot. What this would be is that we would actually say that some of our cash in one of the programs, we're going to move it and invest it in another. It'd be almost like if we had done a bond from one of the SRFs and put the cash in the other one, that other SRF would look at it as a loan from the other one and would have to pay interest back on the terms that were arranged into the other, certainly at least whatever the SMIF interest rate was, to make it come equal, and possibly even something slightly different depending on how we set it up. So it's an attempt to say that when we are looking at our cash flow, which is why we're doing this leveraging and managing that aspect of it, timing of bonds can be critical on exactly how we do that, and this would allow us a mechanism by which we could say, we could push that bond off either for market conditions or for convenience of staff workload, and use money from one of the SRFs invested in the other one to buy us that window of time. The other option here, and it's actually also mentioned in the official statement, is, we've noticed the market that of the interfund investing, the other option that some states use is a commercial paper program where they do very short-term borrowing from an underwriter or a lending institution to do, these short-term loans that are going to be, a year or less in length type of thing. And so we've also included that notice. So those options are there. We're just noticing people that that's a potential of how we might operate in the future so that they're aware of that. Yes.
Not a plan issue.
Yes, we want to be very clear, certainly as we sell the bonds, about how we're operating. I mean, in essence, that's what the whole official statement sets up, is this dialogue about here's who we are, here's how we're going to repay this, here's how we're going to be in the future, to provide confidence about where we're at.
Thank you. With those clarification on the record, I'm happy to move the item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, it carries. Thank you for the very good work, and by not having the presentation, it doesn't diminish the fact that you're doing this, and we've authorized you to do this, but you're doing this so that we can get more good projects in the ground for clean water in California, including recycling, but not exclusively recycling, but that this is a moment in time that we are going to seize.
And in reading the documents, let me just say how truly appreciative I am of your work.
Yes, yes, yes. It gave us a brand new appreciation for how much work you do for the people of California. Thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of like buying a house, but 3 times worse with all the paperwork on it.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Thank you. Having been the recipient of those monies in past decades, it's important money. Item number 7.
Item 7 is a amendment to the San Francisco Bay Basin Plan to establish a selenium TMDL and implementation plan. In presenting this item is Barbara Baginska, who will introduce the other staff.
See you all. I'm really impressed with the name tags. It's actually pretty.
Bad
My
DFA
favorite.
didn't get theirs.
What?
You know? DFA didn't get their batch. Yeah, look good on you all, though. Welcome to Sacramento. San Francisco Bay region.
Have to pull it closer.
Okay.
You don't have to lean
All
forward,
right.
you pull it closer, it works better.
Chair Marcus, board members, my name is Barbara Baginska, and I'm here today to talk about the selenium TMDL prepared by the San Francisco Bay Water Board. So the focus of this TMDL is on the North San Francisco Bay segments only, as seen on this slide in purple. The major concern is reproductive impairment in bottom-feeding fish, such as white sturgeon, which is amplified by the invasive clam that is present in the bay called Corbula amurensis. Corbula was introduced in the bay around 1986 and has a propensity to accumulate selenium to high concentrations, which may affect some fish feeding on these clams. The San Francisco Bay Water Board adopted the Basin Plan Amendment and the TMDL unanimously in November 2015. Because we are concerned about fish, our numeric targets for the TMDL are expressed as fish tissue concentrations, and they reflect the latest scientific information and data. These targets are based on the US EPA draft National Ambient Criteria for Selenium released in July last year. These criteria rely on reproductive impairment studies in fish, including a study with white sturgeon, which is also applicable to green sturgeon and protective of all estuarine-sensitive fish. We also applied the US EPA recommended methodology to translate this fish tissue target into a water column concentration, which is also protective of fish. The water column concentration target is 0.5 micrograms per liter. It is important to note that this target is 10 times lower than the existing water quality objective that applies in the bay, which is 5 micrograms per liter, as established by the National Toxics Rule. Ambient conditions in the North Bay meet that target. Selenium concentrations in water column and in fish are meeting the proposed numeric targets for the TMDL, which indicates that the selenium loading that the bay currently receives does not exceed its assimilative capacity. And this is why our TMDL equals to the sum of existing loads. All point and non-point sources are assigned allocations that also represent current loads. Most importantly, the TMDL creates a cap on selenium loads to North San Francisco Bay to ensure that the loads do not increase in the future. And this also ensures attainment of beneficial uses. We received 6 comment letters from the US EPA Region 9, Western States Petroleum Association, and Partnership for Sand Science in Environmental Policy. They all support adoption of the TMDL. San Francisco Baykeeper, Water Impact Network, Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, and Aqua Alliance, together with Dr. Kaufman, these letters raised concerns. The commenters basically reiterate the same issues that were raised before the San Francisco Bay Water Board. The major concerns are that the proposed numeric targets and the TMDL are not protective of green sturgeon, and that the TMDL analysis did not consider all available scientific information. The commenters, however, did not submit any new information or data that had not been considered prior to adoption of the TMDL by the San Francisco Bay Water Board. Our numeric targets, expressed as fish tissue and water column concentrations, reflect the most prevailing bioaccumulation pathway that is found in the bay, and are scientifically defensible. As I mentioned before, they are based on the EPA criteria developed through a 10-year scientifically robust process during which the EPA considered sensitive and listed species. The TMDL was also reviewed by independent peer reviewers who evaluated the scientific merits of the project and were fully supportive of the proposed numeric targets and the approach we used in the TMDL. Green sturgeon is the most anadromous of all known sturgeon species, and they spend most of their lives in the ocean and only come back to spawn in upper reaches of Sacramento River, and this happens every like 2 to 4 years. As they don't feed in the bay on their way to spawning grounds, the most important concern, which is maternal transfer of selenium, is limited. The only exposure path for green sturgeon is for juveniles, which spend 1 to 4 years in the estuary, acclimating from fresh to salt waters, and they are at lesser risk than white sturgeon because they don't feed predominantly on corbula, the selenium-rich clam. We have no direct selenium data on green sturgeon because it's a listed species, and sacrificing green sturgeon to collect samples is not really reasonable. Instead, we rely on effects found in white sturgeon to determine whether green sturgeon is protected or not. And this is the same approach as NOAA is using when they assess risks to green sturgeon. They also use white sturgeon as a surrogate species. NOAA?
No, okay.
The TMDL calls for monitoring to assess continued attainment of the numeric targets via the regional monitoring program. However, the Water Board can require additional monitoring anytime if we think it's necessary. We are also testing non-lethal sampling techniques and coordinating with existing efforts led by California Department of Fish and Wildlife and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services to ensure a robust monitoring program that minimizes sacrificing sturgeon. And with that, I conclude my presentation and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
It's a big fish. Yeah. All right. Are there questions? Thank you very much. I know we'll have questions. Are there questions before we go to public comment? We have a few, and I just as soon hear them first. First, Kevin Buchan from, I always get your name wrong. Did I say it right? Buchan? Buchan?
Close enough.
I mean, you're Kevin. Yeah, right.
Just
Kevin.
call me Kevin. There you go.
Buchan from Western.
So, Kevin Buchan with the Western States Petroleum Association. We support this TMDL and would ask you to adopt it. This TMDL began back in 2007, involved an advisory committee that was facilitated by the Center for Collaborative Policy out of Sacramento, involved multiple stakeholders, and has moved forward to what you have before you today, which is a peer-reviewed, scientifically sound TMDL. We appreciate the work that the Regional Water Board has done on this TMDL. That was very important to us, and we'd ask for your adoption of that today. With that, I'd answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Next, Ian Wren from the San Francisco Baykeeper.
Morning, my name is Ian Wren, staff scientist of the San Francisco Baykeeper. It was great to see so much water in the Yola bypass on the way out here this morning.
Yeah, it's like hoping those little fish are
I know, I was
chowing
just
down,
imagining
as
them
we
all
say.
down there in that murky water. No, I admit not being deeply involved in this TMDL, but I have developed a minor obsession over it recently and the more and more I reviewed, I became concerned about many aspects of this decision, particularly around the proposed fish tissue targets. Apparently, it's been about 26 years since the bay was originally considered impaired for selenium. I don't know why it's taken this long to get to this point, but I find it disappointing that after all these years, the regional board has taken the position that no load reductions are necessary based on current conditions, and that they've actually increased the recommended numeric fish tissue criteria over recent years. Back in 2008, apparently the regional board proposed a whole fish dry weight numeric fish tissue target of 6 micrograms per gram. And since that time, the numeric target approved in this TMDL was increased to 8 micrograms per gram. I could not find any expert justification for this increase other than the recent released draft EPA guidelines last year, which explicitly state they should not be distributed, quoted, or cited for purposes such as this. Now, yesterday I went back to review notes from the advisory committee meetings conducted back in 2008 when the 6 microgram per gram fish tissue numeric target was originally presented. Those notes indicated that experts from resource agencies expressed concern that green sturgeon would likely be impacted at the 6 microgram level proposed 8 years ago. Regional board staff responded that they share this concern but did not have adequate data at the time to reduce the target numbers. They stated if data does become available, Water Board is open to rethinking the proposed value for the target and the target species. New data has become available and peer-reviewed science has been released that indicates the federally listed green sturgeon is more sensitive, so it seems reasonable at this time to reevaluate the numbers to be more protective than the 2008 value. Instead, the fish tissue targets proposed here are 33% higher than those originally proposed, and I could not find adequate justification for that other than the draft EPA guidelines. In 2008, staff indicated that the previous 6 microgram per gram level was derived to provide a margin of safety below the EC10 value for white sturgeon, which is about 8 micrograms of selenium per gram. And I pose for all the arcane terms here, but the TMDL before you maintains no margin of safety and is equivalent to the EC10 value for white sturgeon, a value that is likely above the EC10 value for green sturgeon, which spend about 1 to 4 years as juveniles within northern San Francisco Bay and consume the invasive clams that Dr. Baginska just described. And these numbers are particularly higher in the vicinity of oil refinery outfalls and during dry conditions. Finally, and this generally applies to all TMDLs in the state, I'm very concerned that the length of time to develop this TMDL has limited stakeholder input, and staff didn't really make a concerted effort to seek input from the public or recognize experts in the region, such as at UC Davis, USGS, and elsewhere. In the 6 years I've worked at Baykeeper, I was unaware of the status of this TMDL until recently. And the stagnant review process has clearly limited stakeholder engagement outside of the oil refinery representatives. So it should come as no surprise that concerns would arise upon release of the TMDL that seems to stagnate years ago. I do greatly appreciate the efforts by regional board staff to educate me on this issue and discuss some of these issues here since submission of my comments, though I remain deeply concerned. The only reason I can think that this TMDL caps existing loads is that selenium management is hard, but that doesn't really mean that we can't recognize the problem and try to seek practical solutions or maybe identify the fact that such solutions are not possible. Our recommendation is that you do not adopt this TMDL today. Instead, wait on the final adoption of site-specific fish tissue criteria from the EPA or federal resource agencies, which are expected later this year. It has been 26 years to get to this point after all, so what's the rush? We also recommend you seek consultation with federal and state resource agencies to ensure protecting their species, and that this TMDL institutes a monitoring program sufficient to determine compliance with the TMDL based on available expert recommendations regarding water columns, sediment, and bivalve sampling recommendations. Unfortunately, state and federal fish and wildlife agencies, NIMS, and USGS have not volunteered comments, though they have indicated concerns. Thank you for the time, and I ask that you seriously consider adoption of this TMDL that will not improve the health of North San Francisco Bay, a region which faces serious decline based on virtually every ecological metric. Thank you.
A couple questions for staff a little bit. Do you want to respond to a couple of these things about the stakeholder process and stakeholder input? I mean, I can answer Mr. Wren on why TMDLs and other things take a long time. It's a question of staffing and prioritizing other things that may be even more pressing, but
Yes, I'm happy to answer this question about stakeholder involvement. Actually, this TMDL began in 2007 when we created when we invited all stakeholders to the table to talk about what is important to them in developing this TMDL. We created an advisory committee to which the baykeeper was invited to participate. We had the outside agency to conduct interviews to ask what the major concerns were about selenium and how we should develop this TMDL. We also convened a technical review committee because everyone understood at that time that these issues are very scientifically difficult. Therefore, we invited the experts to participate in the technical review committee so they can help the broader public and the advisory committee and all stakeholders involved or interested and to understand what the issues are and whether the documents that we were preparing had scientific value. So just to mention a few scientists that participated in the technical review committee, it was actually Dr. Sam Loma from USGS, and Baykeeper suggested that we should have involved Sam Loma, but we actually did. And that was one of the reasons why Dr. Sam Loma could not be our scientific peer reviewer for the TMDL. So together with Dr. Sam Loma, we had Professor Nicholas Fisher from Stony Brook University. We had Dr. Regina Linville from OIHA who participated because there were originally human health concerns about, levels of selenium in fish and other wildlife. And we also invited a modeler from Ian Oram from San Francisco Estuary Institute. John Oram, sorry. At these technical review committees, we had other experts participating. We had EPA participated. We had Dr. Bill Bacon from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services, who actually helped us interpret the toxicity data for sturgeon. And we had a number of these meetings, and at the end, the technical review committee agreed that the documents that Tetra Tech helped us prepare and interpret the data, including the model that was developed with help from another great set of experts from Professor Gregory Cutter from Old Dominion University and Dr. Shannon Mezek that currently works for NOAA. They were the original researchers that actually did data collection in San Francisco Bay and developed the first model. So we used, we used new data in this model to help us to understand the transformations of selenium in the bay, what happens where and how, and we used our best available science to actually develop this model that Sam Loma appreciated, and all the effort from everyone involved was appreciated in that process. And we communicated to the stakeholders at regular or semi-regular meetings. Whenever we developed a new document, we actually went and publicly presented the results of these studies. The reason why it took so long and the reason why there was a difference between the original interpretation of the numeric targets and the current interpretation is simply over the last 10 years, we learned a lot of things new about selenium, and we tried to incorporate all this new knowledge and information into selection of the numeric targets. And we think that the targets that are based on the US EPA draft criteria are, at this moment, provide the best available targets for the TMDL.
My reaction reading the materials was, it's been a long time. Perfect can be the enemy of the good. Sounds like your numbers, as you said in the beginning, are coming down significantly. Why not? You'll be revising these hopefully, if need be, before 26 years. But the question I think Mr. Wren raised is why not wait for these studies to be finished at the end of the year? I'm inclined to go when you're ready to go, but I'm sort of curious as to your reason for not wanting to, why those studies aren't worth waiting for.
Amy Fager with the San Francisco Bay Water Board. One of the reasons for the delay was that we made the decision sort of like Mr. Wren is positioning now, which is why don't you wait for US EPA to act and adopt their site-specific objectives? So we took a pretty serious hiatus on this project, and then at some point, and I decided that it was time to move forward because we could lose staff, we could lose a lot of institutional knowledge, and we worked very closely with EPA on making sure that what we were proposing was going to be very much in line with what they would eventually come out with in their site-specific objectives. And so we end up being maybe, this is March, and by June we will probably see those site-specific objectives, and I expect that they will be fairly close to what we're proposing here, and the fish tissue target I'm sure will be the same. So I don't expect there to be a difference, and EPA has basically said that in their comment letter, that they're very supportive and they expect you to would like you to adopt. And so they don't see any reason not to. So this is the reason I don't feel we need to wait at this point. Barbara wants to.
Which is, you mentioned in the opening that you are planning to deal with monitoring. It's not like you're doing this and going away, but looking at non-lethal and coordinating with the Fish and Wildlife Department and the Fish and Wildlife Service. I know Mr. Wren was underwhelmed by your monitoring plans, but do you want to talk about that a little bit in terms of what, because that was going to be my reaction from reading it, is act but continue to monitor. So as we learn something, if we learn something new, we can go for it. I had a question about the difference between green and white, but I think you've answered it for me.
Before the Regional Water Board, and well, we are not only relying on the frequency of monitoring that is currently listed in the Regional Monitoring Program schedule. And to prove that, over the past 3 years, we've been collecting sturgeon data on annual basis. And not only we are collecting the traditional samples, which requires sacrificing sturgeon, and you have seen how big this fish is, and we want sturgeon to basically stay in the bay and grow and be in high
Lots
numbers.
of babies, yes.
But we're also testing other options to be able to collect more robust data set to enhance our data set of sturgeon samples through these mussel plugs. And this year was a very successful year. In February this year, there was 19 fish samples collected. Not only we collected the muscle tissue samples, but also other samples. And we had all, researchers involved in collecting blood plasma, liver, otolith, fin rays. All of these samples will help us to understand better the degree to which the sturgeon might be affected by selenium, because this is still something that there's still a lot that we don't know, but I think we have a robust process in place to collect more sturgeon data, and we're committed to do so. And there is a group of stakeholders that help the RMP to make a right decision about which type of sampling should be conducted and should be funded for each year. And we've got a wide variety of stakeholders participating, from dischargers, through obviously the water board, and environmental groups. And everyone is on board to collect more data.
I'd like to add just one one additional thought, which is the group Barbara was mentioning is a selenium strategy work group that we have within the RMP. And that, we look forward to working with Mr. Wren. He's been an active participant in the RMP and is part of our technical review committee. So we look forward to working with him and invite him to be, participate in this strategy work group so that any of his ideas can be incorporated into any future monitoring that we do.
I actually have one more speaker, unless, do you want to ask a question or make a comment first?
Oh, yeah, you've covered a lot of kind of the leading questions that I have too, but I just thought I'd give you the opportunity to respond. You had, there are several comments verbally. One was, an adequate margin of safety. Could you briefly describe what you think is a margin of safety? Because he indicated, oh, you should have taken that lower number that was in play, 8 years ago. Or you should think about, the extrapolation of white sturgeon to green sturgeon as needing this margin of safety. How did you incorporate a margin of safety into the TMDL?
Well, the way the US EPA criteria are developed is based on effect level concentrations that are much lower than the usual numbers that EPA is using. There is a huge margin of safety already incorporated into this number.
So is that the 5 versus the 0.5, like the water column concentration? No, it's the fish
tissue concentration. Yes, fish tissue concentration. It's been considered by the scientific peer reviewers of the US EPA criteria as the appropriate and conservative approach to establish fish tissue concentrations for selenium because it's a bioaccumulative pollutant. We also incorporated the margin of safety through calculation of our TMDL by establishing the load allocations based on average concentrations rather than the maximum concentrations that ever occurred. So we create a cap, which is already a conservative cap. There over the last 20 years of data that we had and considered in evaluating the loads to San Francisco Bay, we've seen much higher loads than what is proposed in the TMDL. Also in our modeling, we used conservative assumptions both for calculating what are the potential selenium concentrations would be in fish and in water column. So these assumptions that we used were also assessed by our peer reviewers as being extremely conservative and therefore protective of green sturgeon.
That's good. And he also was concerned about the consultation with the resource agencies and not having written comment. But what I heard in your response to Chair Marcus was that the resource agencies, whether from NOAA or U.S. Fish and Wildlife or probably USGS, of course, yeah, Sam Lomas from USGS, were part of the process all along. So the concerns about, is it fair to say the concerns about green sturgeon that were voiced 8 years ago was just a kind of a question for the group, for the task force, and that was worked through in the years since, and a different conclusion was?
That's our understanding. But obviously, I cannot say what the agencies are thinking. But we met with them at a meeting with the EPA and all the agencies when I presented what we are proposing for the TMDL.
I'll just add that EPA has been coordinating with the resource agencies and has not told us anything different. So, and came to our board meeting and basically stated to our board that, they've been coordinating with us and with resource agencies and that we're all on the same page. So can I also, I wanted to just respond to one thing Mr. Wren said about new data and that there was peer-reviewed science out there. And I just want to reiterate what Barbara said in her presentation, which is that we've considered all the data. There is no new data that we're aware of. And everything that we've included and considered in the TMDL has been peer-reviewed. And so there's nothing new.
Examples Mr. Wren has in his letter were available to the group that said it. Well, sorry, I jumped into that because I had questions based on his letter and his testimony, but I actually have another speaker, so there may be more to follow. Mr. Johns, Craig Johns from PSEP.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Craig Johns. I'm here today on behalf of the Partnership for Sound Science and Environmental Policy, a coalition of various regulated entities focused primarily on Bay Area water quality issues, but others as well, as you've seen me here on a couple of other items. I think that, first of all, it's important to note from a timing standpoint, I don't think that this thing has languished for 26 years. My recollection is that the North Bay was listed for selenium impairment, and I can be corrected by the staff who's here, remembers it perhaps better than I do, was listed in either 1998 or in 2000, and I can't remember which. 98, thank you. And as staff pointed out, there were a number of other important issues that were being addressed, like mercury, that took quite a lot of time, as some of you board members will recall, and dioxin as well. But I don't know, we're going to go down that road, I hope. In any event, I guess my point simply is this staff has been working very diligently. With the little brief point that Ms. Fager pointed out, there was a slowdown when it looked like EPA might finish their criteria, but for whatever reason they didn't. So the staff at the regional board decided they needed to get the job done. I think they were getting some encouragement from the EPA Region 9 staff to get it done as well, because it had been a few years. So this isn't something that's been dawdling. PSEP, as well as other folks, have been very involved in this process since it started in earnest in 2007 or 8. There have been a lot of outreach meetings. You've heard staff go through all of the various scientific review, and I'm not going to go through it at this stage. PSEP strongly supports adoption or approval of the adoption of this TMDL and the Basin Plan for a variety of reasons. Mr. Buchan mentioned a few. It's a very robust document with a great deal of scientific underpinnings and very objective underpinnings, which has been peer-reviewed by a number of sources. One of the points that Mr. Wren made both today as well as in his letter stressed that the resources agencies, although he said they didn't comment, which is true, but they're concerned about it, I think it's a little bit disingenuous to suggest by that comment that the fisheries agencies or the resource agencies are concerned about this. They have been involved in this TMDL all along. They have reviewed the technical documents. They did not submit written comments on it, and that is true. EPA did and obviously supported, you saw that. But I'd like to point out something that U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service did say about this issue between white and green sturgeon. It said, little is known of the risk of selenium to green sturgeon, but white sturgeon is a representative surrogate species. And it went on to discuss all the reasons why, and of course, your staff report and the response to comments did a very good job, and I won't belabor it. The point is that this is a very scientifically sound document. And it is worthy of approval. The point that PSEP made in its letter and also at the regional board, and we feel satisfied about, is the recognition that future actions that may occur, I stress, in the Delta relative to permitting decisions that this board may make could impact the ongoing additional load of selenium to the bay. And our view is that it's very important. This goes to the monitoring question that the chair raised a moment ago. To the extent that any future actions in the Delta that cause increased loading of selenium, without going into too much detail about what those permitting actions could be for obvious reasons, it seems warranted that those come with requirements for adequate monitoring, because a lot of environmental documents are out there that clearly state there's going to be increased loads associated with some of those yet to be named projects. And it's important that they be monitored, and to the extent that those projects are seen to actually result in increased loading, we believe very strongly that there should be requirements placed in the appropriate permits or other planning documents that require those responsible to abate that increased load or to remediate that increased load. That was our primary issue at the regional board. We are very satisfied that that issue was addressed. We recognize that a San Francisco regional board planning action cannot implicate permits adopted either by this board or the Central Valley Board. We are very satisfied that the regional board in San Francisco, in consultation with the state board, is going to make sure that whatever planning and permitting actions are going to go on in the future that could implicate additional selenium loads are going to be viewed in that context. And with that, I finish. Thank you. Unless you have any questions.
Yeah.
Thank you much.
Questions or thoughts? Thank you, Mr. John, sorry.
I think, the whole issue, it's been difficult because there's not data on the green sturgeon. There are questions. But I think, for my part, I think staff has done an excellent job of explaining the issue of exposure and pathway and, fate and transport of something as complicated as selenium through the web. And there's a big difference between green sturgeon and white sturgeon life cycles and exposure. And I think you've effectively answered those questions and shown that white sturgeon is an excellent surrogate, an indicator to track going forward, since green sturgeon is threatened and can't be sampled. And so I think you have to be pragmatic, practical, but committed to keeping an eye on the situation. And I'm convinced that this has been done with great care and scientific input. So I'm comfortable with staff's responses to these concerns, which I acknowledge and I think is worth discussing. But with that, I'm prepared to make a motion to adopt a staff recommendation. I move adoption.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Yeah, I just moved. And thank you, Ms. Austin, for doing my PowerPoint for me when I was sick a little while. Oh, I thought you both did it. I had a vision of a tag team from your email. Yeah, thank you very much. The whole room tried to guess what I meant by my slides? Yeah, that's right. That's right. It could mean either of those things. All right. Item 8, board member reports. Sorry, I haven't looked back at my calendar. Any board member reports to give their...
I have one quick report, and I attended a 1.5-day session on salt nutrient plans, and all the regions sent representatives to the meeting. And it was not so much said by me, but by everyone who commented on the meeting, how useful it was, because all 9 regions were able to illuminate what was meant in the recycled water policy by these salt nutrient plans, and the fact that they go beyond salt, they go beyond recycled water, and how to handle them in terms of basin plan amendments or not. And it was extremely good, and I'm glad Karen's still here, because it was definitely worth doing. And I think every region in fact, one region said it was worth coming just to find out how not to spend a whole lot more time on basin plan amendments if we don't have to. And so that was very good. But it also underscored the need, and this was pointed out at the end, to be clear with stakeholders about what salt nutrient plans could mean for the future, not just for recycled water, but for other things. And so the staff said that they would be putting together some ideas for possibly a resolution on recycled water, but largely focused on the salt nutrient plans. So I just want to give everybody a heads up that might be coming, and so that that's my report.
A couple of things. On the 2nd of March, I attended the Fresno Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility groundbreaking. And this project has been a long time in coming. It is going to help assist with these dropping groundwater levels in the Fresno area. They've had a 100-foot drop on groundwater levels over the last 80 years. The drought certainly hasn't caused this, but has exacerbated the situation, so it's going to provide for some diversity of supply. 80 million gallons per day facility for surface water from treatment from the Kings River. And just want to give a shout out to our Division of Financial Assistance and Division of Drinking Water. There were 4 representatives there from the local office, and I just kept hearing glowing comments about both divisions in terms of really helping to pull this project together. This is round 1 of funding, $195 million, and then there's, I had it written down here. What did I do with it? Too many notes. We have an additional $165 million for 3 additional projects, and one of them is going to be coming to us at our next board meeting for 30-year financing instead of the normal 20. So you'll get to hear from the project proponents directly at that time. And then last week I did the rounds, went over to Region 6 and Region 8 and provided a drought update, El Nino update. It's kind of interesting because the whole point was El Nino is not going to get us out of this as it was pouring rain. And did an update on of our readoption of the urban water conservation regulations and next steps, was able to announce the April workshop. I had a lot of questions on that. I also did an update on the human right to water. Not so many questions. That was sort of like, yeah, of course, we're doing that anyway. So that was very encouraging. And in fact, while I was at Region 8, one of the items that came up about a community that's having challenges with moving from septic and their communities under a moratorium. And Jay Familetti said, don't forget human right to water here, and that there are, some implications there, and asked staff to go back and look again at maybe some creative financing opportunities. So it was great to see it in practice.
Great report. Good to hear from the regional boards. That's very good. So pretty busy couple of weeks. Let's see if I'll do these 4 things real quickly. On March 2nd, I helped kick off the campaign, the joint campaign, media campaign with Caltrans, known as Protect Every Drop. And Malcolm Doherty, the director of Caltrans, and myself gave some comments, and I was just really impressed with, and then also Scott McGowan, who is our partner over there at Caltrans and Environmental Protection Programs, and just the commitment from the top in Caltrans to really, to sincerely pursue this campaign and work with us in partnership was demonstrated. And I think Mr. Doherty may even take a couple of the talking points I developed because he liked them. So we may hear some of our ideas getting into Caltrans, remarkably. But yes, it was a great event, very positive. Brought in some school kids to do some demonstrations. And we run a lot of evening news programs that evening. And we'll see these billboards, and they're very beautiful and compelling and help make that connection between roads and clean water.
But, between that and the drought announcements that Caltrans has been putting on those boards, we should probably acknowledge them at some point later this year.
Yeah, that would be great. And we certainly want to acknowledge Greg Gearhart in helping our staff person here, helping make that happen. But it's a wonderful opportunity, and we talk about the transportation water nexus a lot, and so this is a great partnership to pursue. On March 4th, I met with Ceres, which is a group that Kirsten James has joined to really bring together a campaign of businesses and fairly large corporations in terms of water efficiency messages. And I won't name drop there, but what's interesting is their campaign is called Connect the Drops. So on Wednesday it was Protect Every Drop, and then on Friday it was Connect the Drops. But a very inspiring initiative among our private corporations in the state, and seizing the day to really create water efficiency. And they're seeing all kinds of economic and community benefits from these actions. So that's something to watch. And then I jumped into water recycling for a couple of things. On March 9th, I met with the North Bay Water Reuse Authority, who are a group of different governments, water districts, wastewater districts, and cities and counties in the North Bay, 3 counties, that are working on cooperative project with Bureau of Reclamation Title 16 funding to do regional water recycling. And so we had a good update with them. And then finally, I was the keynote speaker yesterday at the Water Reuse California Annual Conference in Santa Rosa. The place was brimming with people. It was overflow in every room. It's 450 people in that. Water recycling, but there was water supply folks, you know. The water districts are getting involved. And at that conference, you know, it was just like Board Member Diadama said, I'm just getting all kinds of great feedback on our staff from Division of Financial Assistance, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, working to advance recycled water, you know, and financing, and in working through the regulatory challenges that we're, you know, really crafting modern regulations is the way I put it in my address. And so, you know, listening is really important, and we can come out of the other end with some real advancements, and we already have. I want to thank Dan Newton for helping prepare my remarks and some details there, and I was able to acknowledge him, and he got a big round of applause from 450 people, and that was nice to see. So yeah, the name of and we have a new president of Water Reuse is Grant Davis. He's stepping in for Michael Marcus so Grant Davis from Sonoma County coming in on water reuse, replacing Michael Marcus from Orange County. But that's a very energetic group of folks. And my talk was entitled Full Speed Ahead, but you know, I did say, but not necessarily damn the torpedoes.
Right.
That was a great experience, so thanks for letting me give the report.
I'll just report on one item. I attended you might have read in the press, the Central Valley Regional Water Board held a workshop in Bakersfield last week. It was noticed as a workshop focusing on disposal pits from oil operations, but staff took the opportunity, regional board staff took the opportunity to provide an update on all of their regulatory activities associated with oil field operation. I have the presentation, which I'm happy to forward to you because it is very good, very comprehensive, touching upon not just the pits disposal regulatory effort, but also the food safety issue in terms of using processed water for irrigation, and also touching upon the UIC and the aquifer exemption process that's underway right now. I'll just briefly mention that with respect to the disposal pits, regional board staff is proposing to bring to the regional board by, I believe it was June of this year, some general orders for that activities. The sense from the speakers at the workshop, including both the oil field operators as well as the EJ and environmental community, is that they have not even seen a draft order yet. And so there was some concern that at least from the stakeholders, that they would like to see more engagement, more involvement, a few more workshops before the regional board, you know, consider for adoption these very important general orders. With respect to the UIC, I've raised this privately with Mr. Bishop, but I'll just share it with all of you. There was some concern, and I'm a bit concerned, because as you know, we are receiving aquifer exemption applications, and these applications go to DOGGR, but then DOGGR work with us and get state board input, and then these applications then will go to US EPA for review, and this all have to be done by February 15th of 2017. We are expecting, I'm told, 36 applications to be filed, but so far only 2 are under review right now. So my concern, and the concern some of the stakeholders share, is with respect to just managing the workload. It would be unfortunate if all 34 of these come in at the same time at the last minute, and with DOGGR and state board and regional board staff having to juggle to meet this deadline. So I guess my question and my heads up to the other board member is, at some point in your executive director's report, Mr. Howard, or now I guess if Mr. Bishop is ready, I'd like to understand better our strategy and our work plan going forward to manage this workload. I know that Dogger is the lead, and I know that Dogger had, without input, developed some guidelines for the operators to use in following these aquifer exemption applications. My understanding is that there's still a bit of learning during this process, and so this entire application development and review process is something that is still evolving, and that may create a jam later on this year as we get an influx of application. I'm sure you've already thought about how to manage this, but I wanted to flag that as something that I would be interested in following up on at some point.
So I'd be happy to either now or later give a short now and more detailed for folks when I can bring out all the numbers, because I don't have those all in front of me. But essentially, we have been in contact with the operators for about a year and a half, and I've personally gone down to 2 or 3 meetings with operators to describe what we need to do an aquifer exemption, and to encourage them that if they want to continue disposal in areas that that are not exempt, and that that we will need that information and sufficient time to review it. Our requirements are actually pretty simple on the surface. They are: is there existing beneficial use of that water? If there isn't, that's the first cut. If there isn't, is there a potential? Is it shallow? Is it in an area where where you might expect people to put in a well or something to that extent? So a description of that, a description of why the material will stay in the zone that it's being exempted, so confinement. And then lastly, what alternatives have they looked at for other zones or disposal options, things like reuse or deeper or things like that. So on the surface, they're very straightforward and simple, but the devil becomes in the details. You know, it's actually very difficult for someone to describe containment in an aquifer. It is an underground system that has got faults and layers, and how competent are the faults and layers. And so there has been a learning curve on between us and Dogger and the operators on how to tell that story in a way that that we're comfortable with, that Dogger's comfortable with, that EPA's comfortable with. I think we are over the hump of how to tell that story. We'll see. The last 2 descriptions that we got from the operators, and actually from Dogger working with the operators to do, were very clear. They walk through those requirements in a very methodical way, so it's easy for us to review and analyze. The question comes in on how comfortable we are, and that depends on the data associated with each one. I think we're beyond the early fetch a rock scenarios that we did have early on, and I'll admit it. You know, we would say, we would like you to you know, show us containment. And so they come in and say, we've looked at it and it's contained. And then we'd say, well, what about data to support that? And we'd ask for some data, and they give us data, and we'd say, well, that data doesn't actually support what containment to us. You need to do these things. But I think we're over that hump. I hope we are, because the last 2 that I got were very well put together. There are a number of aquifer exemptions out there that need to get through the process. We have worked with Dogger, so we've assigned staff to every one of the potential aquifer exemptions, both at the regional board, at state board, and at Dogger, so that the lead person to look at that information. We've refined the process so that we're not spinning our wheels or duplicating effort and sending the operators off in different directions. So Dogger actually district does the initial review and meets those criteria, puts the documents together, and then Dogger and the operator meet with us and go through them. And if we have any additional requests for information, we do it in a more orderly fashion. I think that the idea that we're going to get 36 is probably optimistic. There are a number that Dogger District staff has indicated they will be letting the operators know that there is no possibility of an aquifer exemption because their existing use already in that aquifer, and those just don't qualify. So even though they would like to submit a large number of them, some of those are just not going to move forward. But even given that, I think it's going to be a very daunting task to get these all through the public process, because they're required to have a 30-day notice and a response to comment and a workshop. That it would be a staff level workshop, and then they have to go to EPA for EPA's review. I know from our interaction on this, there's a steep learning curve going from the concept of an aquifer exemption to what kind of information is available and how much confidence you can place in that information. I will tell you that we have, on the one that we've proposed and on the two that we are providing comments back to Dogger on, we have put conditions in those to deal with some of the uncertainty. Things like managing the volume of injectate and managing and putting in Sentry wells to ensure that the assumptions in the proposal and modeling bear out. Those are things that I don't think were considered by EPA in their original idea of an aquifer exemption. And to be blunt, EPA hasn't done an aquifer exemption in 20 years. There's no one in Region 9 that's done one, and so they're on a steep learning curve just like we were. I think that will improve as time goes on, but will we make that February deadline with every one of them? That it's hard for me to believe that'll happen. But we're in Dogger, not us, but Dogger is in a very tight box because they adopted emergency regulations that require an aquifer exemption by that date or shut in of those injection wells. So we have been contacting the operators to say, if you don't have your information together and submit it to us in the next couple of months, there's no possibility that you will get it through the process, and you should be looking at other alternatives in the interim.
Thank you. That was very helpful, and I'm glad that we're being clear with the operators, because my concern was that we would have to wait until the last minute, get an influx of applications, and then the onus would be on us in terms of working through them. So I think the sooner we send the message, the clearer we send the message of what's required, the better it is.
We have sent that message repeatedly, and we will continue to do it. But that doesn't mean we won't have an influx at the last minute.
It's not a single, sorry, I just don't have it bent right. It's not a single operator over each aquifer. It's that they have to organize all the operators over the aquifer. So they have a organizing amongst themselves issue that slows them down. Is that right? Or?
That's true in some of the fields. Every field has its own unique set of circumstances. There are many fields that are owned and operated by one operator, and those are the ones that we've seen the applications for today. There are other fields that are larger fields that have multiple leases on them within the field, and the disposal activities in those fields are by multiple operators, and they have to gather together information in to present it. My understanding, though this is just anecdotal talking to representatives, is that they've coordinated with a single consultant to do that gathering of information and putting it together. So yes, there is multiple operators. These are not for operators, these are for fields.
Right, for fields.
Yeah, and so, but we've yet to see one of the big fields with multiple operators yet. And so I'll have to reserve my judgment on how well that's gone until we see one.
I've just had a number of speaking again. I talked about the chief technology officers last time, but a California Israel group summit. That's always cool because you see the technology that's available for a severely constrained situation. So it's sort of a vista on future possibilities, which is always really nice. And then spent Friday with NACWA, which is always encouraging and inspiring. The one thing I actually wanted to mention is next week, early in the week, I'm going to be representing the state, I guess, or the administration at a White House summit on water. It's sort of a half-day thing. The Office of Science and Technology Policy is putting together, still not fully fleshed out what it's actually even going to be, so I'll tell you when I get back. But one of the things we highlighted for the administration is the pedal to the metal on recycling that we've been doing, as well as our prioritization and emphasis on stormwater capture as things that we're, probably leading in the nation on. So hopefully that'll be helpful. But I'll tell you what it ends up being when I get back. All right, let's move to item number 9.
We are, as we discussed at the last board meeting, we're trying to reboot this executive director report. This is still a work in progress. Again, I think we were able to improve some sections, but other sections will continue to require some more work. There's nothing in the executive director report I particularly want to highlight today. I would mention that we're starting our budget hearings period tomorrow. Felicia and John Russell will be in front of the Assembly Committee, and we have a series of budget hearings on specific items over the next 30 days or so. So we'll be all participating in that. And with that, thank you.
I would like to actually highlight one section of the report is the report on irrigated lands appendices. I would appreciate if the board members took a look at that and thought about, is that the format and the content that they would like to see as we move forward, and I'll meet with you and talk about that. That is one that was requested by the board a number of years ago to be added, and it I'm not sure how relevant any longer the format is, and I'd like to talk with each of you. I think we have ideas on how to upgrade the rest of the report, and I think you've been forwarded kind of the criteria that we're proposing to use, but I'd like to have some more detailed discussion about the irrigated land section.
I had just a couple of questions or comments on the fee surcharge issue for oil and gas stakeholders. I think we all got an email about that. And I spent some time with John Russell yesterday about it. I don't have an opinion on this, but I did want to at least give my general sense on something where we haven't done robust stakeholder outreach, and then we turn out to have a fee increase that's pretty steep that could result in businesses going out of business. And that's the part that I'm not ready to opine because I have no way to judge. But with oil prices being down, I think that there may be some of the small oil producers, from what I understand, that could be going out of business and be faced with a steep fee. And in that situation, I think we should act immediately as opposed to waiting for next year. I don't know how to evaluate that, because oftentimes people make statements that our regulations, our actions, fees, are going to cause them to go out of business, and it doesn't turn out to be the case. But I think this might be a special situation that needs some further attention. This is in regards to the email that Tom sent yesterday. Yeah.
My only comment is, my understanding is that in most circumstances that fee's already been paid, with very limited exceptions. The fee is around $4,000 for the very smallest ones, so while it's certainly not small, it's not something that is that large an amount. But I must say that we've got 12 or so fee payers who are paying that surcharge but aren't actually diverting anything into their ponds. They just have existing waste discharge requirements, and that was incorporated into the table that I sent to the board members. So that's certainly a compelling reason to make changes. Really, the question was not whether to make changes, but whether to do it in September for next year's cycle versus to do it at this.
Right, yeah, right. In my conversations with Les Clark, representing the independent oil producers, he indicates that there are very serious situations with a few of the small producers. I don't have the time to investigate. I just wish that you had the flexibility in situations like this, and maybe that's something we should be looking at rather than having to bring an item back to the board. I had asked John yesterday, whether or not there's any leeway in special circumstances to extend the deadline or provide for repayment. He said he didn't think so, but he'd look into it. And then oh,
How I
okay.
missed that, so if you can re-forward it to me, that'd be great.
And the other item on groundwater, the update on the grant criteria, I know that's going to be coming to the board. I thought that might be a good opportunity, similar to what Region 5 did on the workshop that they recently had, to provide a comprehensive overview. I think it might be a good time to hear from staff, maybe Department of Water Resources. I know our process for the grant criteria workshops is paralleling their DWR's process on its guidelines, and so it'd be a good time to get an update.
On groundwater or on all the guidelines?
I'm sorry, Sigma. I should have been more
on
clear
Sigma.
on Sigma. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that overlaps with the salt nutrient planning meeting is the Sigma agencies are focused on water supply. However, water quality has a tremendous impact on whether a supply is usable or in what condition a supply is usable. And there was some sense that there were water quality monitoring systems in all of our regions where these Sigma groups are forming, which we have some monitoring, yes, but it's certainly not a system, in my opinion. And so having this conversation with the Sigma folks about what they expect from the water quality side that influences their supply issues, I think would be very helpful.
All right, well, thank you.
What is Ocean Day? I've been to Ocean Day, but how would you describe it? It is a significant event that we should all be acknowledging.
I think that's it. Happy Ocean Day.
All right, and no closed session, we decided? Did we decide no closed session or closed session? No closed session. All right, with that, I guess I can say that the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. That was interesting.